There's some evidence for you about the pubs talking and set-ups in England. Now yesterday, from 7 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. to distract me from sick demons, effing Freemasons. I know all about him since the 90s, and since I was talking to him, he's lived in the town for years. Oh, I'm married with a daughter. He's a perverted man, secretly. This is to traumatise me. I try and mind my own business. I can't do fucking nothing, can I, you twats? But audio playing is evidence. I've known him since the late 90s, 1998 and 2001, and his family and his background. Trauma-based mind control, NK Ultra, to trigger fucking response. And then where I was trying to have a break, shopping, I stopped off somewhere thinking I can get a bloody bit of peace. No, you have to send someone in of your dirty work in Masonic Freemason membership. Can never have her to bloody well be able to have a bit of peace. And then you do a fucking home invasion. Spying on my private life, you bloody you know what. This is what Britain's come to. And then you got a demonic, you know what, going on in the world. I don't think Charles is going to be king anymore. Then, you know, things are going to kick off. Not quite civil unrest per se, but this is demonic. It's fucking demonic. I don't think Charles is going to be king anymore. Then you're going to hear the conversation in a minute. I was smart enough to audio this. Hi, Tanya. This is a fucking bastard he was. Let me fill you back in. Oh, let's pause my audio evidence, right? My fucking birthday next week, right? So I missed the house shop I wanted to go to stock up. Yeah, anything can happen right now. So I finally got a protection case and a screensaver thing for this contract phone, right, China? Hello. And I topped up. It's a bloody expensive bloody cost, you know, for me. Anyway, and I thought, right, let's stop it. It's easily for me in my situation, and have a coffee, and like just have a distraction from the BS that we're going through, like Scott says earlier in the stream. And I've been tortured, effing big time. I can't explain it. It's just really demonic, and I've had enough. So I thought, stop it. 3:30 in the afternoon. It's now 12:30 a.m. in the morning here in England, right? And I'm gonna fucking, excuse my French, get set up yet again. Ugh. And and it's like the conversation seemed polite enough. And I thought, at least I'm having a decent conversation with somebody that's not gonna fucking burp me and gaslight me and do all the usual skits, right? Yeah? So for once, I thought, I'm having a little bit of relaxation, bit of fun, right? I don't get that often. So I was recording the audio anyway and watching a podcast on my phone. Then he comes up sitting next to me. And he's one of extreme heavy gamblers. I am not. And I wasn't going to be I knew from before what I've seen them about that they try that on, okay, with the neuro monitoring. So of course I watching him this time. And pleasant enough, but I got a subtle photograph I did send you, Tanya. Yeah, it was good I went out, right? Differently. It's only just to get my natural remedies ready for winter period, and anything could happen in England, especially from Monday. So I was going to go back out. I'm not going to go back out late now. It's too fucking late. I've had enough. I've got to do a rubbish bag. I might even give that up. I just had enough of it, you know. And it's just like I got in there 6:30 in the evening. I'm late on my dinner. It's just done. Um, and I'm like, got my teas, my herbal teas, and my I'm getting radiated right in there. They're trying to set off a massive stroke, right? So that was about 6:30, 7 o'clock. So I was by the door. I lost suddenly my left arm use. My heart was going a palpitation. I got all real dizzy, right? So I won some cash. I put a tenner in, and I won, I don't know, about 50 quid. So I got my cash back I paid out for the things I got, right? So I had to wait there for a good hour because I couldn't move. I was too dizzy. And I had to get the feeling back in my left side of my face because they were triggering on my face, my eye, my left side of my head, around my left arm. It's just like what they did to me in 2017, massive stroke, and then triggering off the symptoms of a heart attack, right? So the young lad was useless who works there and got to me, all right. I said, no, I've been crazy. Oh, let me know if you want anything, the usual, but they know what's going on. So I stayed put and I thought I'll change directions. I thought if I go near the back end of the actual casino and get a coffee, and I got my drink on me, right? And I'm under the air condition just to fresh up, right? So I'm there for about 20 minutes or so. I'm the coffee and watching a really good podcast and listening to it. And then they send in the guy, right? I've known him since the 1980s. I've known about him in the town where I've lived and the other place I used to live, right? He didn't live far away from me. And I know he's married, right? But he's a dirty old perp, a certain sexual nature. And he'd always been after me, if you know what I mean, in that regard. And I wasn't interested, but he was always a nice, at the time, an individual to chat to, right? He wasn't very much showing off his bling, his watches, and his wealth, but his wealth come from his Muslim stroke Asian family, really. And it's never really meant me harm years ago, okay? And it's always been sociable. And I used to be very sociable years ago. And we mixed similar circles. Yet, since I started to go in this place, he started showing up. So today I got the audio evidence. I said, well, you remember the Mason, Masonic Club? But he goes to Bangladesh, their meeting hall or something up nearby. And I know that's quite close to the Masonic Hall, okay, which I know very much well about. And I made it quite clear that my ex-husband was a Freemason, a 33-degree level. That's our highest level, right? Within, the basic membership. And his response was, oh my, right? So I was watching his body language and he kept like doing the subtle facial expressions. But also he didn't want to make it too obvious he's just talking to me. So he pretended to talk to the lad behind me, the guy that works there, right? So it seemed we to get on like we've been friends for ages, okay, on and off, before began being targeted. And then literally about 9 o'clock, he decides to go off then 2.5 hours or 2 hours later. And I made sure I wasn't going to waste anything I had, right? But then the mind control steps in. What do they do when I get talking about things I know about the head of the police, all about for years, and can't say too much what I know about their dodgy dealings. And next thing I know, you go right. And then these two blonde bitches comes in, the gaslighters that really are like witches, really demonic. And then what they send in was the Thai girl. It's neuromonitoring because I was talking about the Thai girls at the previous casino I got set up with years ago by the perp neighbour who introduced me to that environment. And then there you go. He was very, very friendly, and the two females deliberately went up to say, oh, hello, whatever his name is. I got his profile on Facebook. And I'm not going to say too much, but he never really knew my real information. So I ain't going to block him just yet, because I'm going to do some digging on him. But I hardly use Facebook anyway. But the two blonde females made it a point, knowing I was watching them, observing them, here they were. Just bear with me a minute. Oh, God. I don't believe that he's going to be king any soon. Although he is now, right? There's something in the pipeline coming up, Tanya, that it's going to be changing. I'm just going to play this audio. I'll get my meal. And I'll chat in a minute. This is meant to be.
That one got raided by the police and the...
That's his voice.
I just got shouted to my uncle, my mum's brother, and says, I need a taxi. What for? I need a taxi. Can you get me there? Yeah, there you are. Where you going? See something. You want me to come with you? Don't need you. What? I said, don't need you. Just get me a taxi. Get to come here, and I'll tell the driver where I'm going. Goes, right. Oh, good. Taxi comes out half an hour. Goes there. My head's sweating, right? Never have I had a third pregnant to that point. Never. But it turned out, God knows straight well. Sorry. Sorry for what? It's supposed to I say, fuck that, you know what I mean? Well, you know what I mean? I don't want to get
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
And so we started talking. So my mum was there, she was really cool about it. She said, these things happen, you know, you understand, you're monetary. Oh, okay. I think you're good, but I was like, away you go, son, you get married, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Wow.
So what happened was next? First we left in the library. So we talked, we spoke, and I said, in front of my mum, I said, excuse me, I could have answered. I don't know, man. I know her name now, but I'll call her mum, you know what I mean? Why would I call her my person? I said, I want to have something in front of you, because I said, don't marry me. So then we said, we planned a wedding sorted in 7 weeks. Yes, and everything.
In India?
In India.
Wow.
So 2 weeks. Caterers, the whole lot.
Oh, how lovely. I bet that was special.
And my dad goes, what are you married? What are you done now? He goes, yeah. So, we flew over. I wish my brother and sister could come that time, but because they were working now.
Yeah.
So,
are you the eldest? They all look up to you.
He's got a brother, 2 brothers and a sister.
What? No, yet. I ain't privileged enough. I don't speak with what they call pop accent, you know what I mean?
Oh, no. I've known all sorts. My ex, very high is a multi-nation.
Wow. That's like top dog, isn't it?
He's an Alpha man though, in the late 90s.
Good.
He got me into the adult trade years ago. He was visiting all the time in massage parlours years ago in town. And I found out because I started off as a receptionist for one of them, and I didn't know that one got raided by the police and the tigers had been captured. Yeah.
Since I said that, a tiger come in.
We went abroad to Malta, got married, come back, but he was a nasty piece of work. But I found I met a lot of interesting people who were very well connected all over and London, all these places.
Well, I bet you know a lot of people.
But I know a lot of secrets and I keep shut.
Oh, yeah.
Can't get me out of my flat.
Well, I'm sure you'll go
yeah, I've been kicking off. But doing it, I know all now. So I'll pretty look. So I'm kicking off that way.
Oh, if you can help me out with something else.
Yeah. You need the line. Lateral. Do you know about commas?
Who?
The money system that works. Commas system.
I've got my own little business, but that's
What I mean is the terminology is like, you know, the concept to pay, bills that change that no, none of that. Well, that's what I've been studying for years now.
Oh, cool.
So, of course, what you do is offset, you know, anything like technical value and how the national insurance office uses offset trust. You know, you're not.
You have no clue about business.
Whatever.
And you want to know.
You're not. It's a trust account created by the Crown Corporation. And so when you learn all that stuff, which they hate you learning,
I think they got into gaslighting me because of the scammer.
I don't do any stuff anymore. Yeah, are you? Yeah, it's like oh, there it is.
And needs money.
This is what I'm named Joel Free.
It's a fake Facebook. He's got like a daughter
Right.
and a very pretty wife.
Sorry, don't get my brain on working today.
But he likes a woman, if you know what I mean. He's always have them.
Yeah.
They all seem to do in that nationality, the ones I've met over the years. You get a wife and family, but you do all sorts on the side.
Since May and a published leak of opinion in the documentary case, hostile actors have targeted at least 63 pro-life groups.
Let me see yours.
Let me get it up. Oh, God. Now they just have me. See, I'm on the internet and they just have him on the phone. Right, let me get it. You can tell by the post.
Yeah, I can't believe it's on you either. It's not much for Facebook, it's only pictures of my before I got targeted. I don't post any stuff on there anymore. I get shadow banned. FBI runs Facebook anyway. It's not the same. They always send people in from the past, don't they, to trip you off. Your trader didn't know how to use it, and then he's using the internet to trade on WhatsApp. He's buying and selling Asian clothes.
I don't always use Facebook because all automatic different things on it that I.
You were sent to fish to spy on me. Really pisses me off.
Posts that look like spam in your Bloomsburg line are blocked. What happened here?
If you're still there, Tanya, post a comment. All right. Okay. Thank you. Let me know if you can hear the audio.
Oh, you're beautiful together. Look at you.
No, they.
Oh, it's cool. You got my 2008 Mr. Heart. Right, so then what I can do, so I'll get that there later tonight, and I'll finish the mix.
We've been over a week down here.
Alright,
In what way?
This guy, he knows about the law as well. If you want to have a look around in his page, we got to see Richard Ashmore.
I'm not great. Not after tonight.
Yeah.
Not great at all.
Some information that I read.
I'm really not great. I'm pissed off.
I don't put any YouTube stuff I know on it.
No, I don't do YouTube stuff.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
But this other guy also I know, they're into law, know all the stuff I've learned of these people from years ago. So yeah, cool. And then I can help you out with some information.
Sorry, I can't spell properly. I feel like going back out in a couple of hours because I can't sleep because I'm so angry.
If you know two people can actually witness your.
I feel like going back back in that fucking place. Putting 50 quid in the machine, which I ain't got really. It's stupid, I know. Because I'm fucking peed off that they can fucking do this.
So that is worse because how it's set up with the years ago.
I need a break, and I thought I could have a bloody break, you know, and I don't fucking have it. Excuse my French, I don't get it, and I'm tired of this.
So I put something for the actual document.
I thought I was having a normal conversation, but I forget you can't, can you, with the new monitoring? They don't want you to have a fucking bloody life.
Right, you offset them. You do the effective values, you do the all that procedure, poverty notes.
They seem not to be a typical gaslighting. It must be chief, not chief handler, a handler of some sort now. It wasn't a typical perk. That's what they do psychologically. Somebody on your pass and send them in.
Your Bank of England is a poverty note. Yeah. Anyone can make their own poverty note. You have to do it a certain way, and that's just a poverty note. There's no value in it. It's just a belief.
These people are brain dead.
Like you've got here, what you're doing right with
doing what they're doing to us.
That is where you want to keep the investment.
I hope this happens to them.
Because you know it's all going to digital by the end of the year. And
you don't keep in with a wife and kids in this real world when you're being singled out to.
You know, when you say about all this crypto and digital currency, well, it's all going into that format to be controlled. So therefore, if you do the
things I was saying was going over his head, he had no clue.
If I was in a better position in my house, then I would have done that long time ago. I don't know how to do it. But you're very good at gambling and to make your money and whatever else you're doing, and you can invest it, and you know what you're doing. Oh, no. I would never.
Yeah.
I've been there, done it, got that t-shirt. I've been that.
I realise that. That's what pissed me off.
The information is free for everyone.
I thought, can I have a break for 5 minutes or so while I was there with somebody I've known from the past? Can I just have a normal life?
But you know,
But no. It took me 20 minutes or so after you moved to another machine to play. Like military position, it just really wasn't your typical what I've experienced typically. You know, when somebody is sent in your path to just gaslight you. You can hear it like a normal conversation, but it's so fucking well trained. Excuse my French. I didn't care. A normal individual, they're not got the same brains. They don't have what we're going through.
Every bit of telephone, every day, no matter what it is always being monitored. And people say, we don't care, blah, 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 blah.
Let's set out.
You're going to target this. As soon as you become awakened to information, you're going to be monitored.
But if I went out in a couple of hours, it was screw up throughout the rest of the couple of days. I know that. They're trying to trigger me like they did before.
But yeah, so when certain people introduced the casinos, I saw a lot of tricky stuff going on. And I saw a lot of, that's a good one. I saw a lot of the Thai girls doing their trade.
This is where the new monitoring comes in. I mentioned Thai girls, and then they planted somebody in there, and she's Thai.
And so they just think of me out every turn.
This program sucks, Tanya, doesn't it?
That's what you want to focus on.
I don't speak to any of them. I don't want to know them. Exactly.
And when you,
He didn't even come across that way, right?
I sent you a couple of links.
I really did not come across like you, Kurt. Seriously.
Then you know where we are.
And when I've seen him before, he's given me a hug. How are you, kind of thing, you know? As a genuine somebody you know from years ago, oh, how are you, kind of thing.
You know, that's what people want to bet because they think they're going to get rich and stuff. But yeah,
Listen, the only one place with my wife is this place.
is it? Yeah.
This is audio evidence of what I recorded as conversation.
I've got a rock there. I've got a rock beginning January. Hold my bag everything in that casino around the corner.
Really?
Yeah, but all my bags.
What pickup I'm playing is because I'm trying to listen to like a genuine individual will say, oh, I'm sorry you got robbed. And then I mention a couple other things, and the normal reaction would be, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But I realise now he wasn't responding that way, was he? How demonic is this?
Because the keys went with it in my bag, and yeah, they just been arseholes ever since.
It's sick, isn't it, when they promote themselves, show images of their wife or whatever, and I swear to God, his life isn't so perfect. Send somebody in from the past, and that just pisses me off. And could you have had my takeaway, because I had that. Let me just turn this off.
Did you know that? Did you know the Crime and Commissioner? I know, you know the top.
I'm trying to drink a calming herbal tea because they want me to respond negatively, and it's just very difficult to keep. Because when you're lying tortured to death 24 hours a day, excuse me, and it's affecting your chest and everything else, and I'm getting my herbal stuff, natural health stuff topped up. It's expensive to do it this way, but I have to get it in, and I'm investing in next week's 50 odd quid. It was, right? It's a lot to me. And then my disability monthly income, I've got to replace that for next week. So I'm thinking, what the hell should I pay for you get, you know, you're like internet when it's hacked already, you know. And when you know, like, you know, Tanya, when you know, like Scott, when he's doing a stream earlier today, or yesterday now, he's got audio evidence of his VDK. I've got audio evidence when they're attacking me at night and the frequency, right? And much more. I don't feel safe in my own home, you know? And then when you research advancement and technology, and the positive thing, I don't want to be like, just, you know, doing a BS thing on here, because I'm not here to like swear anything. It's not me, people know that on here. But I just want to just get away from it all. You can't, because no matter where you go, it follows you. You know, I don't know anybody who's targeted ever gets a chance to have a couple of days away or bloody holiday. Fuck off, you perts. Just piss off, you demons. 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever time it is. Bang the effing door to get my reaction. I feel like going to the fucking, if my money's in there at 2 o'clock, to take fucking 200 quid, well, no, less than that, but 100 quid back in near the bank, just to cover the month's direct debits, or less than that maybe, and go to casino, because I can't fucking sleep. I'm so pissed off. My two friends, right, they're about to come in a minute. They've offered to sleep overnight on the settee, and one makeshift bed on the floor. Number 7 right opposite me is bad perp. Police. Don't think the police are involved in this. They're sellouts, not the decent, honest ones. Puppet servants, these are demonic Freemasons. Yeah, check your fucking meter, you twat. I could hear him messing about with the door. Got the weapons in his bloody flat. Extra technology, whatever it is. Yeah, thanks, Tanya. I hate it. You see, when they triggered my heart off, like they've done before, and I couldn't, like now, I still can't feel my arm, the left side of me, and they're making muscles around my heart constantly. Been like this all fucking week. And it's a pulsations, the technology they do. I know what it is. And they deliberately, desperately were trying to create another heart attack on me when I was out. I've got to put some meditation music on soon because I know it's not practical to go out again. I need to stay put. It's just the motions, you just feel, but I know it won't be the right reaction for, they want that negative reaction. It's what the brain interface is all about, isn't it? Technology to monitor the neurons of the brain implants. When you know this technology, and you've done some good posts, by the way, in Telegram group, so thanks for your input, Tanya, because that's good research, because without that, people wouldn't know. And when I don't know, I'm just, I don't know, making sense now, but the disassociation side of the brain, when you get triggered, that kicks in. Not for me. That's what they do to me. And they know full well later, right? I've rebooked this gas boiler service, okay? So what pissed me off to go at 3:30 p.m. outside to catch the shops? Well, I went to the health food shop, the one I really needed, and guess what? Shit, the neuro monitoring is so damn real because I got there and she's only just come out the door, right? So I did all my chores and my friend was helping me in the flat and left it to the afternoon to go out. It's a bit warm. I thought stuff it because they sent round today per bloody for the housing company, MPS Housing Limited bloke, right? And then you had that effing demon young female from flat 3, right? Shout out loud in the car park, "Oh, you here for my gas boiler?" Well, they did that deliberately, right? The gaslighters in the car park. Because I know how they mess about with internet and emails. So I did a recorded post as well with the evidence of the email that I have rebooked 4 different dates within the period for the due date the gas boiler in this flat. Because for 2 years in a row, 2018, 2021, they kept saying I was breach of tenancy, breach of contract, for not allowing us to do a gas boiler, which was not true. Because when there's Simon, he lives in the town and he knows exactly, he gaslights me all the fucking time, right? The company agents, whatever job title they've got, they've been seen doing dodgy stuff outside. I witnessed twice, or 3 times in total, with a period of a year. going up to certain flat in my block, doing certain things and getting certain supplies. I can't be specific here, just read between the lines. And yet that very company, that they, if I don't get the gas boiler done, because it's winter and it coming up, but yet they don't repair my flat door for 9 months when I got set up to get robbed beginning of the year, right? And then they, which I know now, it was a home invasion, like 2017, which caused the damage to the floor in the bathroom. So all these pups get everything brand new in their effing flats, and they get used to bathrooms and the work, they're and now I've got two taps dripping, right? So I checked my emails and end of last year, November, I reported the fact I need a plumber to sort out the kitchen taps. One of them, now the other one's going, right? Nobody got back to me. So that's why I got gaslighted again. Because I hate the fact that if you know you're right, you speak up for yourself, you leave the targeting subject out of it, of course. And because that's what you know, and gosh, I know, oh gosh, there's so much I know. Sometimes I wish I didn't know half the stuff. But anyway, I responded, offered certain dates from October. They're really trying to push today's date. And this automatic AI computer systems that companies use, right? And it's always repetitive, same. So neuromonitoring, trauma-based mind control. So if that twat turns up tomorrow for 12 till 5, knowing the fact I've got a medication delivery tomorrow, if they fuck up, excuse my French, because of a different driver as well on top, that's 2 lots of trauma in one day. And then they've got to top it up with some kind of fucking, excuse my French, BS most post as well on top to trigger me more, right? So they have to ramp it up so much. But literally, normally I can just breathe it through one thing at a time. But no, they've got to ramp everything all at once when they want to. And that's when they know the brain interface, neuromonitoring, comes trigger. No, you don't. That's me fighting back. Yet in that sense, I ain't gonna let those arseholes in the car park affect me the way they did. So I thought, no, you delaying me to get out in time to catch what I need to do. So I thought, right, I know my son's a TI, right, for sure, and I know certain things. So I got him it's a 40th. I assume, if I work the dates out right, if I'm a certain age next week, that makes him, because I think there's just under 18 months between the difference. So his birthday is literally a week after my birthday. So I just got to remember that his location. So I found a silver award he won as a baby, well, a young boy, 1999. Is when we were on holiday, he won Mr. Ponton's. So I thought, well, instead of laying in my bloody cabinet collecting dust, it's all cleaned up. Send it, because it's quite small but heavy. Post it to him with a birthday card. So I got the birthday card. I got myself some cake for my birthday and the candles. Because you don't get any bloody. Gotta be kind to oneself. They don't like it, do they, when you do something positive for oneself and try to breathe through this nightmare. So that's what I did today, right? I did something different. So, okay, I was late to get to that shop. Ignored the perks that was outside doing what they're doing to trigger me, right? So, and then I went into this other shop and I saw this beautiful ring. And I thought, I'm going to treat myself to the silver ring, my birthstone, right? My birthstone stone. and somebody recommended that shop, and it's a random woman, but I looked at the price and I thought, well, let's just be careful first and see what's more important, which I know is, you know, our food and stuff we need, isn't it? And mainly the first aid stuff, you know, natural herbs and bottles that if you get chesty or colds, and that really helps with it. Okay, so the couple other bits I wanted to get, I thought, well, let's just hold back, can't do it all. Anyway, so I changed my route, what I normally would do in the routine, and then literally it was just really peaceful, really peaceful. And I just looked in that shop for the ring, didn't get it, just had a look. Then I went into another clothes shop. I haven't brought myself anything like that for a long time. In this place, I know I can get a couple of legging things for the winter. You know, £3 a piece is quite cheap. But the thing is, that thickness. You know, if you got to think about warmth and thermal. And I looked at the hats, the winter stuff coming in now, isn't it? So I was looking at a couple of tops, you know, to wear in bed at night as well, which I don't normally do. And then, you know, just practical things. Because God knows anything can happen between now and coming up for the winter, real winter, especially in England, the way things are. And I thought, I didn't get it, I just looked. And then I went to a couple of things. What was it? More tape for that door, specialist tape. And I come home to find the home invasion. I come home to find that they tampered with his laptop again. And then what my experience was earlier, I was planning to get home by about 9, well, earlier than that. And I'll get home later than anticipated. But the point is, it's just like old memories. They send somebody from the past in your way. You think you're having normal conversation, but when you go home, you realise it ain't. He's just so bloody good at in his role. This is my family, so that's going to be a trigger, isn't it? I don't have my family around me. They've got to, and they're using them. You don't have kids. I mean, all due respect to you, Tanya, your son. I don't see my fucking grandchildren. There's no relationship with them. And this is what they isolate you, you know, on top. I felt good of being proactive and doing things for myself and something different instead of bloody bill paying and food shopping. It was different, you know, for a change. And they most probably didn't like that, so they sent this bloke from the past and to distract me, and then just and then this happens. My reaction. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, exactly, Tanya. My family target individuals awaken. Yeah, I know, Tanya, it's not good. I've a couple of perks, a cousin. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, this is where, about the market crashing. If my cash is not in the bank at 2 o'clock, I was going to take this rubbish bag out, if the wheelchair is charged up, and just go out. Just a small bit of cash and put it into the other bank, right? But they never do that. Then I would need the loo on the way home, and that casino is the only place got the toilet that's open during the night, right? I just don't want to keep doing this. Oh, and with the stock market crashes, what is going to be valuable, isn't it? Is water, is rice, food, that kind of thing, And then of course the natural I really wanted to get some more like jars, pickle jar things, but Polish shop, but I've given up, I'll tell you. There is rumours that stuff are happening. There's something going to kick off on Monday onwards. It's a state funeral of the Queen, and in England it's a bank holiday. And then there's really good people, good videos out there, Tanya, that they're predicting that the volcano, where is it? Part of that island going to deliberately cause fall into the sea. It's going to cause the sea rises. That's going to affect America, Atlantic Ocean, and that's predicted leading up to Monday's day, to the 24th September. So it is. I personally also have a gut feeling, because my birthday falls in the full moon, and the age I am, right? And when I look back on that period of time as a kid and the circumstances my mum said to me how I was born, and then all these years later finding that was targeted. So we are target individuals. I swear to goodness, we are trapped down. The biblical, yeah. But when they trigger me, when they send these perps in, they know I'm not going to think spiritually. I'm not of the world. I don't go by luxuries and things. And when I try physically to rest, I'm getting tortured, right? So I have the Wi-Fi on. It doesn't matter if I have the Wi-Fi on or not. I'm still getting frequencies, and they're doing it in my ears with a microwave hearing right now. They're going through my feet. I can't function practically hardly at all in the day. So of course I was waking up early this morning. Well, sorry, yesterday now. At 6:30 in the morning. I don't get natural sleep. Our dreams are manipulated. I've got audio evidence of, yeah, Scott is right and others are right. And when he was very good at capturing that on his iPad. So yeah, the real world is what we're living through. These idiot sellouts have no clue what's about to hit them. When the market crashes, right? They ain't got no wages. What are they going to do? So another video I saw was suggesting, The Purge, the movie The Purge. Well, somebody did a video saying that in America, they're going to release the prisoners. They're going to do, there's all these, President Biden or something did all these orders. I'm not sure how long ago. But the problem is so much going on in the world, so much distractions, and the real thing is about we're going to be the ones when people lose their bloody brains, their cells, when their fear and their, oh my God, I ain't gonna get paid anymore. The perks ain't gonna get paid anymore. So what they're going to do, they're going to realise that what we're going through already, they get it. They wouldn't know what to do. They wouldn't understand the technology. They wouldn't have a chance to search if they ain't getting paid, they can't pay the bills. I'm just trying to rest up. So positively, I got a new case for my phone to start to protect it, because if I drop it, and it costs £15 and it will do, right? So I think I'll have to take some natural herbs remedy to help me sleep, because practically I don't know. And when they're just triggering me, and when I'm like this, or what the hell do I do? Do I go up? It's not practical in my situation. How is your mum? Thank you, Tanya. And you too. I don't. It's like every year, right? I'm very good. Ouch! Like just hammering into my head again. I'm used to my own company. I don't mind it anymore, right? And so what about my own for my birthday? I've had loads of birthdays. I've had travel, I've done all sorts, and I've got all these little memories, when my kids were little. And that's important, right? To remember the good times, I know full well the times we're living in, why, I know why my family's been got to, why they turned, especially my own daughter, my son, don't see my grandkids. I know why, because they've got children. And if they've got children, they're going to get to them. They're going to get to them and warn them and lie about you and turn them against you. But deep down, if I could find the address, I'm still going to send the gift off, no matter what. At the end of the day, I gave birth to my bloody son and daughter. And damn with this program is going to bloody well, whether or not the gift will be accepted. So what? I've sent it off. I spent it out. The card, the gift wrap, I'd rather, that's to me, and I treat myself, to something small. And I don't need anything, just, a couple of leggings and a winter couple of tops. And I can get these in second-hand shops, don't need much. And my old dear, bless her heart, she taught me to make do, right? So I've still got the stuff for winter. The only thing is like I've got the couple of stuff off grid and like you do, stock up what you can, couldn't you? So I've got that, and it's just I got my natural health stuff, and I wanted what you're saying. I wondered where you heard, what source you heard, Tanya, about the market crashing, because you've got Zero Hedge. Is it Zero Hedge News? You've got naturalnews.com. You've got quite really tangible, reliable sources out there. And but these banking funds really behind all this, the bigger picture for years, and I can't be able to show a website at the moment. Just too tired. Awaken. Yeah, Awaken. She's asked about you the other day. Oh, send my prayers and blessings to her and your sister too for me. Do you know those beautiful? Always remember, right, Tanya? Those beautiful birds. Are they still coming in the garden? Because I don't know. It's your summer in Australia at the moment, isn't it? What kind of weather are you getting over there? I can't type as much because I don't have the strength. Just bear with me. You got stupid people in these bloody time difference in America compared to England. You got no.
No, that's what Tammy has actually wants. I am so tired of fighting it. I should just fucking kill myself because Tammy wants me dead. She wants me dead. No, she wants me dead. And you want me to kill myself. That's why you're invested in this. You don't actually want to save me or help me. You want me to kill
Let me
myself.
show you, Tanya, right? This Diana, you will know the stream. People like that don't know what it's really like.
Don't act like you don't fucking want me to kill myself. That's your
If any TI said that live on a stream, you'll get the bloody police at your door. These are stupid, fake individuals get abused.
So you can be a part of it.
Be
Right?
warning, it's a trigger.
You just want me to. No, I'm that fucking whore on her.
This one keeps getting drunk. I know she's a TI in America, but all you ever hear is she knows Will or TI News, Tanya, right? When they were a couple and they split up, and all she does, look how many people. Look, I've got you, bless your heart, Tanya, but they block everybody else coming into my chats. She's not a genuine TI. She's not getting hacked. 2 people coming in her chat. And she does all this for attention, right? Kiwi Farms is an internet site where people use and do loads of really nasty things, gaslighting, all sorts about people on that website. And that's allowed online, right? And you know that international targeted list is real, as I showed you in the private format. But all you got now on this platform is people like her and other people that go into, right? Getting drunk all the time. She's living in a guy's trailer, right? And then she just gets triggered, and I see it right through her. She repeats the same old, right? That's that one, okay? This other one, who's also slagging off stupidly, is this Christina Roberts on her stream. Nobody but Diana. I ain't gonna play. I'm just gonna. She used to be drugs early on her stream. Right? Just come out of rehab. It's this kind of people now that are due to all sorts. Are they just like drama? Why talk about real life issues? So, bear with me.
No, Ginger, honey, my love, I'm facilitating. I was trying to bring people, I was trying to. As a criminal, and I get that.
We're trying to.
Get her making internet drunk and upset to kill people is, I get that that's illegal, but I think like to call her a criminal, when you say she's a criminal like that, to me, and I could be crazy, out of depression, to me, I think my mind immediately goes to someone who's like actually like committing, she's committing a crime by, do you see what I'm saying? I understand that if it's illegal to make threats on something, she is committing a crime. But when you say she's a criminal, when you call her a criminal, I'm like thinking about someone who's out there like robbing banks and actually going.
Okay, so they're hacking into my internet. I'll just check. Okay. It's 10:30 morning. Did you get any sleep? I'm just gonna. Make this private after.
For 20 years, literally. And then the younger generation in England don't really have much of a recall to the real history of our of the history of Great Britain. And because they're not being taught that at school or education. So it's all about technology, isn't it? So of course, I'll just find.
Okay, let's cut that. Not much. How many hours do you think you get? Do you ever record your sleep? Okay. A device to record your sleep. I wonder if they still committed talking tape. It's just really good links and Telegram group. Digital is that. I keep tapping my head. My head's draw. The one that got stolen. I'm just looking at costs. That can't be right. I'm just looking at the cost of these things. £56. Mine only cost £30. What? They're jumping up in prices. £78. I look at other version of the one that got thrown out of my bag. What? They've gone up in price. Cheapest one, 35. No. Food. Oh. Yeah, I've got a phone case for £10. And then I've got a screensaver for £5. And what I was looking for, like old-fashioned lamps or something, oil lamp. I wasn't sure whether oil lamp was a good idea. A candle lamp, because with the oil lamp you need the wick and you need the oil. I'm just looking at alternative ways. You know. I've got a wood stove, but anyway, sorry, sidetracking. Yeah, well, the one that was stolen out my bag, with I had it about a year, and it was just really really good quality audio. And you put your batteries in, and it records sleep, and then you can play it back and save. You put your SD card in it, and you plug it into your computer. You store it as an MP3 player, a file, and you apply. I don't know how he does his recordings, but it could be a different type of software he uses. I was like, oh my god, what am I listening to? And it's not me, I'm talking to someone. I don't talk in my sleep. Yeah. But I'm picking up other sounds too. But on the audio app on my phone, it's on airplane mode. But it's very clear, just like a digital portable recorder. I got some blank tapes, and I might try and use the recorder. I've got 2 tape recorders. I haven't set them up. I might try an experiment, and if that experiment works, I'll let you know by email. Blank tapes on 2 tape recorders. These were like £40 each at the time, and I bet they're a bit more expensive, but you can play your meditation tapes on them. To get a portable, I went to see how much it would be to get a microphone, handheld microphone. It's got a jack port into these tape recorders I got, or get a portable tape recorder, because then I can play my meditation, see, leave my phone at home, you know, because I need to cut down on what I'm talking my phone up with, you know, data, voucher, really cut down the price, because the times we're living in, isn't it? So I invest in my gas and electric, you know, and the food for the winter. So I don't want to spend out on anything more than I don't need. So yeah, that tape recorder was really handy. But it's really interesting though, because when you wake up and you're in your conscious state of mind, and you're listening back, you're meant to be an actual sleep, and it's not. So some people do take notes of the dreams they remember, and vividly remember very key prominent parts, but then throughout the day it fades away. But I wake up, like my hair is like it really is sore. My whole head is really sore, really hot. And your tip, thanks for that, with the ice cubes, the ice pack on the back of the neck helps. And then what I found by reflexology and around the ears, you know, where they do the tinnitus, stimulate around the back of the ears and the thing down from the back of the cortex of your head, you know. And I've learned Indian massage years ago. So in my good hand, I can do the pressure points in the back of the head. But it does take a good hour. It takes a good hour before I'm able to get up. Me during the night. And then of course when you feel like what's the name? That runs that website, the 107, Dr. Catherine Horton. When she quotes, and she's done a few videos that she's getting hit with the Jews, and you can hear them when she had that semi makeshift protection. I can feel them. Remember in the kitchen trying to get the drink, right? Suddenly it's whack on my leg. Within 20 minutes later, what they do is affect the nerves. So my balance is off. So I have to stop. If my balance is off, I have to stop and rest. So I have to keep my blankets in the lounge to put around me, and my carer friends help me make me a warm, you know, like a flask. And it's important to have a couple of them now. Another one's about 10 quid. And it's like a hot and cold version. But that's really an investment. Yeah, there's a power cut, and you've got the small batteries. And these, I mean, I'm looking up on the website how much a bulk of batteries will be. I'm going to get another Campington, which is quite cheap enough around here. But it's a really good site. These are like the workman style. But I've also got the wind-up torches made, which my late mum gave me. So I don't need to. And you don't need batteries for that. That's just in case. But I've got no one to talk to in a walkie-talkie. I've got a couple of them. So just looking at solutions, really. Yeah, I'm peed off. Excuse my little bit of rant there. Really trying to get off. Ugh. But no, practically, let's stay put. People are just making stupid bloody eyes, stupid bloody idiot videos to distract the public when the real issues is what we're going for. Yeah. Yeah. There's so much going on in the world, isn't there? Have you done it recorded all night? Yes, I have. Do you record your sleep? So yeah. I'm just gonna say what this bloody well stupid Diana now. See, but I'm going to do whatever to myself. If anyone who's did about themselves and gets peed off and says stupid things about, and it's on this platform, you would have thought Googling, especially if you're in England. If you say you're pissed off and you're going to do something to yourself, that's a risk to your own personal safety. They're going to monitor that and they're going to use it against you. Right? So, reptilians cannot keep us down. I think, I don't know about you. How does this go all night? Right. Talk and Leap, there's quite a few free versions of the Tanya in store. I don't know if you got what phone you got, Google Store, and you download it, and then you just press audio, press play. So if you get a pair of headphones, I've got the headphones are quite long. Things you put in your ear. Gotta be careful with the wires. And I'll play. Press play. And then when I wake up, I mean sometimes that's why I stream it. Because the audio is very good on the phone and it's really disgusting what I'm hearing back. And I think, is that me? What am I hearing in the background? How come I'm hearing footsteps in my bedroom? That's what I'm picking up. I'm picking all these sounds up. I'm picking up me crying out in pain. Yeah, physical pain is like I'm being physically assaulted. And then I'm waking up, all my muscles in my body really, really painful. And then my head is really warm. And my ears sore. And then I'm coughing throughout the night. My lungs are tightened. My chest muscles and my lungs are extremely tight. And I wake up in the morning and I really, really had to struggle to I'll drink plenty of water to detox. And it's like I'm being radiated in a microwave oven. That's what it's like. And you know, what I do is like you said about to move the bed away from the wall where they've got the bloody smart meter passed towards my bedroom wall. What? There is no point investing in lead paint, right? Lead paint. And this damn bloody shite hole. Yeah, this shite place I'm living in. You know something? I just seriously need to go through my camping storage stuff I got. I should never have given away that camping cooker, the other ones I had a long time ago. But I've got to think of safety yet again. I could do every weekend. Saying every winter period. But now this year, what I was taught when I was younger in the Girls' Brigade, remember years ago, is always like your protein bars, you know, stuff that you don't need to cook, you know, and meat. Sorry, powdered milk powdered cheese. I don't know what I can get powdered cheese yet. So these are supplements, instead of like getting eggs and butter, when all these rations are going to come in. They're all going to come in very quickly. So I've seen a really good couple of videos about the war years, in the Great Depression period. And so the idea of getting these leggings were really looking at using the current leggings that I'm wearing now, I suppose. Because you can use that material. And it's a bit like, I know about how to sew, but I can't sew anymore. But I can, my friends, I've been teaching them, what I know is from memory. I taught when I was at school, and I used to make my own clothes. I used to be very good at all that. So, in my carer friends, so you sew, you can make newspapers like as tracing paper, and I've still got the pins, so you can pin these materials and sew them up, and you can make your own clothes. And years ago, my late mum taught me, it's all about cheap way of doing things without having to buy things. So the cheapest you can invest at the moment. And so what you save, you can buy your tins or jar food. Like you said, Tanya, earlier about absorbers. I'd like to pick your brains on that one, girl. No pun intended. I need to know a bit more about that. How you do it. Do you put it in jars? Or do you use bags? And what are you doing in storage? I'd really like to pick up some, try that out. I want to get some flour. I got flour ready, but I haven't tested. I want to see if you can make your own bread. But I want to know, do you really need deep pan to make it? The one frying pan I've got made, okay. I want to know if you need to make it deeper, because a version of that is about £7 to get one. But I have the water. So already I picked up some tips about a couple of buckets. They're quite cheap to get, and you can get some foam and put around buckets. And just in case they cut the water off, you can use a bucket as a toilet. It push to the shaft, but you need like rabbit hay, like the rabbit's cage, and you also need sawdust. So you can get blocks of sawdust ready-made in these pet shops, which I know where that is. So if you get a couple of these blocks, depending on how big the household is, if it's just me, and then it's a bit like organic, You can't put quite the compost of human waste out with the rubbish. But the point is, it's like you're getting, if you get used before it gets really cold, if you get used to like knowing these little tips, and then you can still have small meals throughout the day. You've got your bottled water, and if you have to be washed out or cold, bottled cold water, because it's not cheap. It's all right looking at these picture things or doing things, I suppose. Anyway, I'm talking too much now. Anyway. Oh, hello. How are you? I'm just having a rant early. I'm pissed off, but not too bad now. I'm just getting my eyes are just like, I don't know what time is America for you. How's your bodybuilding going? You got some really good videos. Have you still doing your bodybuilding? Oh, so much going on, wasn't there? see what's going on in bloody England. You realise, look, watch this space, right? Talking about the royal family in England, right? I can't even quote where this bloody video is now, but somebody did a breakdown, as they call it. They reckon King Charles ain't gonna last as king. There's something's gonna happen that not even is it, what do they call it, Prince of Wales, is it? They don't reckon that he's gonna last either. You know, if they suggest he's gonna take the crown, if it happens to King Charles, right? So therefore, who's gonna be taken over? The next in line, would it be an adult Prince William and Meghan? So in that video, it was suggesting that it could be, because are they planning to get rid of the monarch, the royal family, a bit outdated, pompous stuff? I mean, today was just like, well, yesterday now, it was alleged that it was just a ritual, Freemason ritual, and everything was covered. And I've got to be careful what I say here, because you know what it's like, they monitor everything you say. And I'm not going to create any no disrespect for any royalist out there, but I'm not royalist. You know, you don't have all this wealth in the world and conquer. Look what England did, conquer America, and they're behind slave trade. You look at the history. England was behind slave trade. What do they do in Australia, Tanya? Right? So they took comforts from England on the ships over to Australia, and Australia was what do they do to the original, authentic, you know, people in Australia, the original settlers, right? Not settlers, but original people own the land. They started shoving people off their own natural land. So the colonisation. So having Australia, and then you got to blame Colombia. Is it Colombia? I can't pronounce this word. So you look at history, really, the true history, and you really think America had its independence? No, it's never been independent of the control state of these bloodline families. If you search the website like educateyourself.org, you'll find amazing stuff, because you got the 13 bloodline families are deep rooted in black magic, in satanic ritual abuses, and then there's one of this brilliant monarch, you know, I but it's like Monarch Project, and it's spoke everything about bloody that paedophilia, you know, that royal, well famous, known already in the public domain. So I don't cover these subjects myself, but it quotes specifically about Prince Andrew, and then Epstein from America, then Epstein to what, be lodging over the late Queen's to the mistake lodges or something. She had a blog. It showed how was, the Queen, so now King Charles, his connections with Lord Mountbatten or something, a child, and it showed a particular school that a lot of these wealthy elites and the royalties, royal families, send their kids to the school only allegedly to be certain sexual horrible things happen to those kids. and then it got out about Giles as a kid was having things done to him as a child. So where the hell was the late Queen looking after or letting that to happen to him? So these photographs on the blog and the write-up, and because I checked the dates and linked up to historic events, you go back in the biblical periods because you had the pagans. It was nothing to them. It was to them to have demonic, unlawful, well, I suppose in their terminology all those years ago, to have intimacy with underage, child to them. But that's unlawful in modern society now. But yet, what's really get uncovered? So people that start investigating, start exposing this stuff, get targeted. Right? So when stuff I come across years ago, and who's involved and still are, so then I get singled out. For trying to help protect the innocent. And then, and then I look at there's just sick stuff I know about, right? So I try not to say too much about it and the people cover those subjects because I live in an area, right? Well, I'm surrounded by certain things and it makes my skin crawl. And if I could get out of this bloody place somewhere safe, and if off grid, you know, I mean, when I was looking at UK mainstream media, the late Queen's estate was up in Scotland in the middle of nowhere. Wouldn't that be lovely to live like that? Quite like that per se, but literally miles away from anybody. So you're self-sufficient because I tell you, The Purge, the movie, The Purge, that's gonna bloody happen, I tell you. And this guy did a video about it, trying to warn. Actually, he was just dreaming up about it. And he said they reckon America's going to have it first, And nothing, no matter what subject you're looking at, nothing separate. It's all linked together. That's all I've got to say anyway. So I'm not typing. Did I say hello? Did my I don't know if it is coming through. Oh, I put the wrong spelling as well. So let me see if I can get educate self right. Let's see. I'm gonna put another tab. Let's just see my money's in the bank first. outfit, I'll just stay put. I think I can wait till another day. There it is, I'll be back. Oh, so what are you up to, Tanya, for the rest of the day? Feels like a bloody full moon. Oh, it's getting colder at night. Everything I'll put stay put because of sensible logic situations they put. And being radiation, it's not funny, is it? It's a lavender. Need to chill out. Not that it buggers away now. I'll have to make the video private after. I like watching, excuse me, I like watching the sunset. Today I saw the bloody sun. It wasn't the sun, it's a bloody white sun. Good gracious me. And the white sun, it was like radiating. It's getting cold now. I reckon what the temperature, I don't want to check the temperature, but it's going to bloody getting cold. So the practical thing is I'll check the bloody button in the morning. Later on. I'm doing it now. Once I'm in, you know what I mean? Gotta be practical. This is all going to be changing. There's so much going on in the world. So much going on in the world. Right. So, Freemasonry subject. That'd be interesting. Multitasking here. Something with me. Multitasking. Trying to get warm. Get the winter woolies out because the weather's changing. Right. Listen to this. Reptilians cannot keep us down. Shape-shifting. If it plays.
Is it because the Lord is displeased with me? Or is it because the number one reason that I've thought of so far is that it's I'll pass this guy again. The number one reason I thought of, by the way, I can decide on this. Hold on, sorry, I need to switch topics, but this is just too cool. I hate to be such a Cards fan, but okay, back to seriousness. Okay, this is supposed to be a Christian channel. Stop filming that purple Lamborghini. Okay, so the number one reason I think might be is just because I'm like hot and frustrated and tired, and I'm like sick of like the whole situation. You know, it's just one thing after another, and it just seems like nothing ever changes. So I think it's like. I think, combined with the heat, it's been like we've had a heat wave. We're like maybe just now starting to come out of it, although it's still pretty hot and sticky. So maybe that, as weak as it sounds to admit that to y'all, it's like I think it's maybe just like I'm fed up, frustration, and I'm like I say in the beginning part of the prayer, Father who art in heaven, and then I sit one. Okay, I'm going to say next. Okay, thank you for all these things. What should I say? No, it doesn't sound sincere because it's like there's something wrong with my heart towards God. And I
I don't know, man. No, you know, what it could be like. I was thinking like maybe there's a kind of like, you know, battle in heaven, and maybe Satan pulled off a kind of spiritual battle that he won, and now it messed up my heart towards God or something. I mean, I don't know. But what I do know is that ultimately, at least in my case, I have a little bit of a cheat, like I said. But I can really understand if a lot of other people don't. They don't know, and you don't know something like that. You know, really be a bad sign that you're not going to make it. And you know, to be fair, as I've always said, you know, I may think that I know what I know, and oh, I'm special, and blah blah blah. I've got a special relationship with God, but which, by the way, I don't. I'm just pointing that out as something that people say to themselves.
It's getting
But
cold.
the fact of the matter is,
Very cold again.
at the gates, at the judgment, you can be found wanting. So you can think whatever you want about yourself. I can think whatever I want about myself. Oh, special this, blah, 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 blah. I know the special, blah, blah, blah. But in the end, be away from me, ye worker of iniquity. What it usually tells you, because they have the usual response that Jesus is going to get to a lot of these people because they think that they were righteous Christians. And turns out, all the while, they were doing iniquity for their money. That's my theory. And have you see if it's all true or not. Because, you know, in life, right now, you're listening to somebody, you're investing your time to watch somebody. No, they could be a complete loser. Like I say, most people are now. In my case, you can really tell. I mean, what do I got? I got $35, maybe $29 in the bank just to keep it from eating itself, because I like to charge $12 a month for having less than $1,500 in there, which of course I always have less than $1,500 in there. And illegally, by the way, if the lady, if the woman in the apartment that's sidewalk for me where I park my homeless RV, if she hears my voice, she slams the door because she can't stand my voice. So if I make a mistake and say something too loud, or you know, if I start praying with the door open, but you know, I've tried not to be too like, because everybody got their air conditioning on and everything anyway, so it's a lot of ambient noise. But sometimes she'll hear my voice. It's quite an experience, isn't it? That guy from Blade Runner said. That was the voice of. See, little man, you want to request? We need to live among you covertly, enjoying our cover, little man. Well, fucker. That's what he's calling God, by the way. And by the way, in the raw version of that, you know, so in the version where they give you the raw footage, the first time he says fucker rather than father. I played that in case if you've been watching my channel for 8, 9 years now, you would have caught that. I did a comparison. Instead of saying father, you know, to the android says to his maker, he says fucker the first time in the raw footage, but then they edited it out with the father. Very good editing, by the way. Excellent job, pro editing in there. No, but I just think that I've got some true, saved Christian friends out there who know the difference between the true and the bullshit, especially if they've been after me for a while. But you know, hearts can turn. And I've had people that, you know, they started out as my friends, and then time by, they were offended, or I was offended, or both. Couldn't hang. But who knows with the Lord? Who's going to make it? Who's not going to make it? Who's righteous? Who's not? Who's making a big mistake? You know. So, in reality, it's subjective. Personally, as I've been saying, I don't think that the true saved are going to look like these respectable religious people. The people that have the the outward appearance of religion. I'm not talking about holiness, because I'm not going to say that, of course, that holiness is anything bad, because we know that without holiness no man shall see the Lord, which, by the way, means that I currently won't see him, and that's the anytime soon, because I realized that, well, it's hard to say. I mean, as far as my life containing a lot of sin, watch movies at night, use occasional swear word, probably don't work as hard as I should, but really most of my time is spent trying to make as good videos as I can. But a lot of it is just spontaneous. It's not really being religious. I mean, I do like to, make these more in-depth presentations, but really people seem to respond more to just spontaneous talking, So I think a lot of times that, because Isaiah 66 comes to mind, it's a really important chapter in Scripture, and a lot of people get hung up on the 666. Oh my God! But I think there's something there. There's something to it, but it doesn't mean, of course, that Jerusalem. Well, it might, as I've hypothesized, it might mean Jerusalem and Satan are somehow connected, or the same entity somehow. But I don't think that's the case. It may be, or there's some hidden message. Because see, the Word of God is so filled with these massive complexities that are, a supercomputer could hardly figure it out, because it's just so, there's nothing to hold on to. I think it's only who God reveals it to that the full meaning of Scripture is revealed. And probably also in our current state, the lamentation of man for the punishment of his sins, wherefore should you complain? It's really not going to be possible to fully grasp the Scripture. A lot of people, they want to try to tell me how it is, or they'll send me a link to something, or a lot of people will say, a lot of people that you see online, these preachers or whatever, and Matthew Henry's reference, which I think is total BS. I mean, it's not like he didn't try, make a decent effort, but he doesn't know what Zion means, for instance. You say, oh, look at Wikipedia. Wikipedia has a definition of Zion. I told you that woman from the library out in space gave me a link to a Wikipedia page, for which I've berated her endlessly ever since. I haven't talked with her for a while. She probably won't talk with me. But in any case, I wonder if the amazing reality is that all the preachers and all the churches are bullshit. I'm not going to say that I think they'll. I'm not going to say that they probably are, because I just don't know. I mean, obviously a lot of them I haven't been into, but it's kind of the feeling I'm getting, because after all this is happening and all I've seen, and when I listen to these people, even like I think that, for instance, like Peniel, he now calls it Peniel Eternal. But I think he had a lot of cool witnesses. I mean, a lot of true witnesses of interesting information about like the Marine Kingdom. But I'll say that a lot of the videos I'm just not sure about. They are 100% real, or at least most of them are real. A lot of them I just personally I found interesting. Like it just seemed like they're off. I don't know if there's something wrong, or maybe I'm off, and that's why I perceive it that way. But Isaiah 66, when it says, it describes that when people are doing these religious things, what it is choosing their own way. And it's not really what God wants us to do, because right now it's similar to the thing with the crossing over from Judaism to Christianity. It's like and the understanding that the keeping of the whole law wasn't possible, which is explained through the New Testament, and the saving element is now grace through Jesus Christ. But in the same way, the way of religion and religious things, whether it's dress or procedures or church methodology, whatever it is, and all these various sects, Catholicism, whatever these different different Christian religions, Baptists and all different kinds.
You might want to research what I'm showing on the screen at the moment.
Really, it's okay. A possibility here. So I'm not saying this is what it is, but a possibility is that they are in fact setups basically to continue on in false religion, false godliness, which will be revealed in the end. And then the true godly, the true sage are going to be pretty much like nobody's on the street. Pretty much, lower end people that are, don't have a lot. I'm not talking about being, you don't have to be homeless. I don't think. I hope not, but maybe. Who knows? But ultimately, the way of religion, as far as like, a respectable religious exterior that people cleave to, and then they come to the church and everything, that all could just be fake. It's just BS, and they're all gonna find out the hard way that religion basically now was a setup to be false, and the true people are humble, basically keeping their mouth in the dust. Yeah, so I heard that the Russian gas company, Gazprom or whatever, they're making 100% profit since the sanctions. I tell you, this is so ridiculous. Gosh, when are the Europeans gonna wake up, man? And Americans too. Gosh. Are you so strong with God that you know you'll live forever? When something comes against you, try not to think of it first as Satan or evil people, but the Lord testing you with fire each day, each moment. What are you going to do? What's your reaction going to be? Are you going to overcome? Or will you fail and have to be tested again? Because when you've overcome, you'll no longer be tested. Weeping is but for a moment, but joy is eternal. But the first question to ask is it a reproof? Doesn't always mean it will be, but ask that question. And a lot of times, something will emerge. Who doesn't have faith that the Lord can make him everything he wants to be? Of all the king's men, there really is one who is the strongest. The Lord is testing you today. Are you passing? If you ask what the trick is to surviving as a homeless man, it's keeping your cool. It's really the same thing as in life and salvation. It all boils down to keeping your cool. Because if you blow it, that is, blow your top, or react to stronger you fear, whatever it might be. It's your own panic, it's your own reaction that causes your downfall. So the challenge. Because Satan has been given license to test you. Sure. And it's a judgment and it's a test. And it'll come up. As is written, the trouble you expect will surely arise. We'll outlive all of them, friends. We'll outlive all of them. The glory's coming. And in the future, when they come against us, we'll have strength, whereas now we are weak. And they won't win against us as they do now. It'll be a different situation. Much different. We'll go from a can't win to a can't lose. Who believes it, friends? Who understands? And all of them that hated us will be ashamed in that day. The Lord comes and they see glory. It's going to appear in the world. Yeah, it's coming, friends. Hang in there. I know it's rough. I know it's rough. I've been here with y'all. You know how many people hate me in my hometown? You know how many people hate me when they see my videos? The reaction. Vitriolic hatred. But you know whose spirit that is inside them? Patience. Keeping your cool during this time. That's what this game is. Who will risk being on the outside? It's time to go from the entertainment concept to the concept of glory or reality. It's coming for the friends of the Lord. It's coming. And it's going to be greater than we can now imagine as Scripture outlines. Who's going to take the gift? The gift. It's right there. There's a church on every street corner with a Bible, and you can see who's going to take it. Eternal life, you can pain, sorrow, death, only glory, only happiness. They can run and not weary. They'll have eternal joy. Nothing will offend them even. You can't get offended anymore. Imagine that, friends. Offenses are the main problem here. So who's going to take the gift? Who's going to receive it? What does the Scripture say? Then shall they call on me, but I will not answer. They're going to see the glory, your glory. Are you ready to receive strength? Hey, I want to thank a lot of people that have sent me stuff. I can't really cover all of it, but a lot of stuff is great, and I really appreciate it. But remember that as much as I didn't want to think of it this way, the fact of the matter is, if that angel could heal and make people, pretty good credentials, said I was a priest, well, give something to me. It's not you're giving something to me, you're giving something to me, but you're giving something to God. Okay? So that's an important thing to keep in mind. The gift that you're giving is really to the Lord. So keep that Lord or this or that. Like that. You're not giving something extra. You're getting what's actually your duty. I'm being factual about this, not trying to denigrate anybody's cool gift, because a lot of people send me some cool stuff, and it's great. I appreciate it, but on the other hand, you gotta understand what the truth about it is. It's remember, wherein have you robbed me in tithes and offerings? A lot of people, they know a true voice from the Lord, one that isn't BS, like as I was just saying there in the car. I mean, it's rampant. It's like universal. So when you finally find one that isn't, then and you've looked at that one for information. That's not from somebody who's a dipwad who doesn't go by the scripture and fear the Lord and follow things properly, unlike a lot of people who fall away. Then that comes to the point where you want to be supported. And by the way, friends, don't forget to check and make sure you're subscribed, because they're unsubscribing people. They finally, for some reason, probably it's getting suspicious, there's let me actually surpass 77,000 subscribers now, up to 78. But that's pretty rare. Usually I thought it's going to do like they may just do that to try to get on my nerves, and then they'll try to back down to whatever, back kept it out for like the last whole year, So, but here's the other thing about that. It could also be the Lord, because He didn't want me to become too popular. He just doesn't want my channel to become too big, because right now we have to be humble. And already I live like an exorbitant, crazy glory for the condition I'm in, the condition that we're in, the true elect, who's supposed to be quite humble of needs. Is there a disclosure of reality? Shapeshifters.
In the police station, when he was being held down, and the sergeant came over, he said the sergeant shapeshifted in front of him, turned into a reptile, and they came back again. So then when you talk to insiders, and when you look back at the texts that talk about the fact that this serpent race exists in planes unknown to man, just as a frequency.
And we're making the volunteering aspect of it mandatory because time is running out. People look at Klaus Schwab and wonder, does he have a little bit of reptile DNA in him? Well, probably, and it's clearly not enough. Our chairman of the board is mostly reptile because these enslavement necessary to fight the climate crisis done fast enough.
Our human spirit is corrupted. Why do we worship greed? Because outside the limit of our sight, feeding off us, perched on top of us from birth to death, our owners, they have us, they control us.
If you're watching this, it's not too late. Say this prayer now. Father in heaven, please save my soul by the work of your Son Jesus on the cross, and show me your pure words in the authorized King James Bible.
This is the world religion. This is the world religion. Give the cure with the sickness. This is the world tradition. This is the world religion. This is the world religion. Give the cure with the sickness.
Melanie Marzulli. I write books. I make films. I yak a lot. And this is going to be a presentation. What do giants, UFOs, elongated skulls, and earthworks have in common? Folks, they have everything in common. And our mission statement is this: to expose the deception of the prince of the power of the air, and to herald the return of the King Jesus. And that's what we do. And all those four things I just talked about, giants, UFOs, elongated skulls, the mounds all over the United States, they're all the fingerprints, in my opinion, of the dark side. Fingerprints of the dragon. And so we're pushing back. I mean, a few people date myself, and we're full tilt boogie on this. Completely into it. So we expose the deception of the prince of the power of the air. And that's what we'll do here tonight. But we're also heralding the return of the King Jesus, because I believe that we're in a window of time unlike any other. I'm going to put this down because it's annoying me. Thank you. But I really do. I think we're in a window of time unlike any other before. Events are accelerating. Jesus warns us that even the elect would be deceived if that were possible. Now, that's not a feel-good statement. That's not a statement that makes me just, want to snuggle up in a blanket and have a cup of hot cocoa or coffee, and it doesn't make me want to do that. It makes me kind of go, whoa, what the heck is that? Even the elect would be deceived if that were possible. So something is coming. Something is, in fact, as you'll see in a minute, is already here. Something has already been revealed, and the church has this morbid propensity towards ambivalence when it comes to UFO phenomena. It's like, we don't care. It's just, well, that's okay, but, we're just going to talk about Jesus. Okay, I get that. In the meantime, all this stuff is coming down. As Paul talks about leaving the fundamentals. We don't need the fundamentals. Those of us who are saved and born again and spirit-filled, we don't need the fundamentals of that. We know what that is. We know what salvation is. Now let's find out what's going on in the war, because we are at war. This war is raging all around us. This is the territory of the prince of the power of the air, i.e. dragon. That's who owns this planet. Even though the Lord has the title deed, I get it. But we're in a war. We can see it all around us. Lawlessness reigns wherever we go. Lawlessness is everywhere. It's unbelievable. So I want to get right into it. So this is the UFO update. And the reason why I have to depart from the mounds thing is because if I don't arm you with this, I'm not doing my job. And what's happening, this is Tucker Carlson. This is 2017. This is with Commander Fravor.
UFOs have been the stuff of conspiracy theorists for decades, often mocked for talking about it, but maybe they shouldn't be mocked.
This is 2017 with Tucker Carlson. This is when, December 2017, I saw this and I fell out of my chair. Ask my wife, literally. Oh my gosh, that's disclosure. Because you'll see when Commander Fravor comes on, he's talking about the UFO phenomenon. And it's a triptych. You got Tucker Carlson here, you got David Fravor here, and then you got the UFO. I'm going to move a little bit because of time. I'm just going to scroll over. There's Fravor, and there's the tic-tac shaped UFO. And I just blew it. Okay, here we go.
We get out to the spot where they tell us it's at. We start looking around, and both airplanes see a disturbance in the water and a white 40-foot long tic-tac shaped object just hovering above the water, going forward, back, left, right. There's no rotor wash, there's no wings, nothing. So as we drive around in a clockwise flow, we get to about the 9 o'clock position, and I said, well, I'm going to go down and check it out, and the other jet is going to stay high. So as we go down and we get to the 12 o'clock position, it starts to mirror us. So it's in a clockwise flow, and it's on the opposite side of the circle from us. And we continue this. It's in a climb, we're in a descent. We're getting a great look at it. This whole thing takes about probably up to 5 minutes from the time we show up. I get over to the 8 o'clock position. It's at about the 2 o'clock position, and I decide I'm going to go and see what it is, and it's about 2,000 feet below me. And I cut across the circle, and as I get within about a half mile of it, it rapidly accelerates to the south in about 2 seconds and disappears.
Rapidly accelerates 2 seconds and disappears. Who is this guy? Who's Commander Fravor? How does he get on Fox News? How do they get classified footage of a UFO? Because it is classified footage of a UFO, and now it's on national TV. It's not on George Norrie Coast to Coast, where I frequently or go there frequently. How is it that it gets on there? Who picks up the phone and calls the producers at Fox News and goes, hey, we got this guy on. We want to get him on next Tuesday. How does that sound? Nobody knows who Commander Fravor is. He doesn't have a book. He doesn't have a DVD. He's on a lecture circuit. Essentially, before this, he was an unknown. But now he's a household word. Commander David Fravor, F-18 pilot. Watch what he says here when Tucker asks him, in your opinion, what do you think this is?
I wanted to fly it.
Yeah, I bet.
engineers, talking to some physicists, they don't think the human body can handle that kind of force with that.
It doesn't sound like the human body could. So bottom line, what do you think this was?
Here we go. I believe, as do the other folks that were on the flight, that when we visually saw it, that it was something not from this world. When we visually saw that it was something not from this world. When we visually saw that it was something not from this world.
Okay, that's disclosure. You're laughing, but that's disclosure. Something not from this world on Tucker Carlson, Fox News. It's not George Norrie Coast to Coast. And you would think that my phone would blow up. You would think that pastors would begin to talk about this because this is coming great deception. This is what it is. And the springboard, I have a whole presentation, which I don't have time to get into because we're talking about the mound builders. But I'm trying to warn us, of what's here already. This is 2017. The next one, and there's a series of people about every 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes more frequently, on Tucker Carlson. That seems to be the gig. He's had a whole bunch of people like Nick Pope, for instance, who used to be part of this whole UFO investigation thing. So Pope is there. Other people have been on Tucker Carlson, all revealing the reality of a so-called extraterrestrial presence. Every Friday, Ancient Aliens holds court. Your kids, guaranteed, know more about the ancient alien paradigm than they do about the paradigm of the Bible. Where are all the under 30-year-olds in this audience? If the Lord tarries in another 15 years, there won't be a prophecy conference. Think about it. We failed them because they don't know what the gospel is, or they don't understand the severity of the times that we live in, the unprecedented times that we live in, unlike any other time in history. Men run to and fro over the face of the earth with knowledge increases, just like the prophet Daniel 2,500 years ago. In the latter days, knowledge will increase and men will run to and fro over the face of the earth. And that's exactly what we see happening. So here, watch this. This is Commander Luis Elizondo. So the first rung on the disclosure ladder is Commander David Fravor saying that whatever this was not of this world. Okay, got that? So what the heck was it? The second rung of the disclosure ladder happened this year. And I called Gary Stearman. We both chatted for about an hour because it was unbelievable. This is Luis Elizondo again. I'll skip through it. Basically, at the very end of the interview, Tucker Carlson asked Mr. Elizondo, in your opinion, does the United States government have debris from crash UFOs? He looks right at the camera and he says, yes. He asked it again, as you'll see. And then he kind of hems it on, well, I don't want to give my non-disclosure agreement away, but the short answer to that is yes. So he's giving it away. I mean, you can't do that. Watch this. May 31st, 2019.
Well, for many, many decades, the U.S. government has dismissed out-of-hand UFO sightings as crank stuff, things that lunatics babble about. Now, suddenly they're taking a different approach. They are telling the truth. They're finally admitting that UFO sightings are, in fact, routine, and the government is now being systematic in investigating the question of UFOs. A new History Channel documentary called Unidentified will explore the military's many recent encounters with unidentified aircraft.
The object the Navy pilots...
So that goes on. I want to go to the end for time.
Of that being the case, that these are Russian Chinese.
You don't want me to give my opinion. The one thing
So once again, we have a triptych. We have Tucker Carlson. We have Luis Elizondo. We've got pictures of real UFOs. So I'm going to skip down here to the second row. And this is when Tucker Carlson asked Elizondo about the debris.
5 or a F-22. We can tell you even what airline it is and the difference between the models of aircraft within that type of aircraft. So I think it's highly unlikely that a foreign adversary was successful in developing something like this.
So let me ask you one last question. Do you believe, based on your decade of serving in the U.S. government on this question, that the U.S. government has in its possession any material from one of these aircrafts?
I do, yes.
Do you think the U.S. government has debris from a UFO in its possession?
Unfortunately, Tucker, I really have to be careful of my idea. I really can't go into a lot of more detail on that. But simply put, yes.
So the bottom, it's a totally staged question because if you have a non-disclosure agreement, the answer to that is I cannot confirm or deny
that question and you move on. I can't answer that. I'm sorry. That's what you do. You don't do this little tap dance and go, well, the short answer to that is yes. We just blew your NDA out of the water. That's the second rung of a disclosure ladder. Folks, you got to understand something, that the great deception is upon us. And the springboard to it is a Darwinian theory that somehow we just all magically evolved out of primordial slime billions of years ago. So that is the paradigm in which people, the scientific community and academic community run. They run on Darwin. That's the whole deal. So this fits right in with the Darwinian paradigm, because the neo-Darwinists are looking out there because they realize the complexity of the deoxyribonucleic acid, the double helix spiral of life, which is the building blocks of all life on this planet, probably everywhere else, couldn't have just sprung into existence. So they know that. So they're looking out there for our creators. And this is where it's going. And you need to be armed. Seriously. Seriously. The second rung of the disclosure ladder has been breached. They're at the gates, Sire, but they are. They're at the gates. And we don't know what the third rung is going to be, but it is coming. Absolutely, it is coming. So watch this one. This is Elizondo once again on Tucker Carlson last Friday. Watch what he says. And again, I'll skip forward.
Just a few weeks ago, the Navy admitted for the first time that several UFO videos were real, meaning they show actual area phenomenon that so far the Pentagon cannot explain. Now, a UFO investigations group says they have found materials that could potentially be physical evidence of UFOs. Luis Elizondo is Director of Special Programs at the Two Stars Academy of Arts and Science. He also headed the Pentagon's Office for Investigating UFO Incidents, and it shed light on the question of what UFOs might be.
Sure. Well, our company over the last year and a half has actually obtained quite a bit of material. And let me first preface by saying some of that material, its provenance is frankly hearsay, while other provenance of some of this material has been substantiated. And ultimately, we're in the process of analyzing this material at three different levels. We're looking at its physical properties, its chemical, or if you will, molecular properties, and then ultimately its atomic properties. And it's really at that point we'll be able to make some sort of
stop right there. So as he's talking, on the right side of the triptych, that cluster was North Carolina last week. 13, 14 UFOs that hovered over the water. So this is mainstream. This is Fox News. This is, I keep saying, it's not your story. There they are. And most of us sleep. The church dithers. The church won't talk about it. And yet I had people coming up to the table who've been going to churches all their lives and have had encounters, but they're too afraid to tell anybody, but they'll tell me. And the dirty little secret of the whole UFO thing must be exposed. And we need to be talking about this 24/7. And we need to be warning people what this is. This is, in my opinion, the coming great deception. When they show up, when not if, because it's already happening. When they really show up, when the mile-wide craft just goes bang like that and just sits in the sky, the entire planet goes like this and shifts. Everything shifts. Your world, my world, our world will be completely different. Everything will be referred to as before disclosure and after disclosure, Richard Dolan's book. But that's what's coming. Trust me, that's what is coming. They are rolling it out. I never thought I would see this like this, but we're seeing it. And I've been banging this drum for 30 years. 30 years I've been banging this drum. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Finally, it's here. And there's this ambivalence within the church. We need to wake up and understand that the source of this is not entities that are particularly, there's something else. And they will claim that there are progenitors, our creators. They'll state that we created all life on this planet. We genetically manipulated early man. We jump-started the world's civilizations. We started the world's religion. Now it's a critical juncture in human history. And we are sort of at a critical juncture. All we use a nuke going off someplace, and it will create the greatest collective fear that mankind has ever known because we're all wired together. So if that happens, that's when I think they're going to show up. There's a saying that Gary and I bandied about, that we go up, they show up. We go up, they come down. And that's what I think is going to happen. The church gets raptured out of here, and that's the restrainer, perhaps, from keeping them manifesting. That's conjecture. We'll have to wait and see. But what's alarming about this is we're already seeing it. It's already beginning to manifest right in front of our noses. And yet most of us just sleep through it. Most of our pastors, God bless them, we need to pray for them. They're under the gun, but they need to address this, and they need to address it soon. Not after the fact, but before the fact, our priority. Okay, even the elect would be deceived if that were possible. Without standing up, I just want, at the count of three, I'll go 1, 2, 3, then you guys will say, I will not be deceived. Now, this presentation, the UFO presentation, is really like an hour and a half. And at the end of that, you get enough information to actually stand up and I will not be deceived. But I've given you enough to start doing your own research. We've got tons of resources out there. I'm not going to hype them. They are what they are, but they're on the table. And other people here have resources. Arm yourself. Tell a friend. Try to get the young people interested. 1, 2, 3. You guys are going to go. I will not be deceived. Ready? 1, 2, 3. I will not be deceived. Okay. And we believe that. This is from the Mysterious Mound Builders. This whole new series is called On the Trail of a Nephilim. And in 56 minutes, this will be really interesting. Mathematical mysteries of the mound builders. 2 millennia ago, a culture that is still unknown to us today erected thousands of mounds throughout the Midwestern United States to the Gulf of Mexico. They're called the Hopewell, the Adena, or the Mississippian. However, no one knows what these people actually call themselves. In other words, they remain mysterious and unknown to us today. When the first white settlers came in the Great Circle Mound in Ohio, they asked the Native Americans living there, who built this? The natives replied that they didn't know who built them, as these large mounds were there and abandoned when they arrived. Let me stop right there. I was a wonderful First Nation person. He's a medicine man raised by the Lakota Sioux. And I asked him, I said, well, what about the mounds? He said, we didn't build them. Just like, I mean, there was no equivocation, no hesitation on his part. It was just, we didn't build them. Now, they may have helped on some of them, and the smaller ones, yeah. And stuff like we'll get into here, they didn't build. It's a controversy. Were built by an unknown lost tribe of people who migrated, perhaps, from the old world. Others thought they could be one of the lost tribes of Israel. The debate continued until the latter part of the 19th century, when the conclusion was made that Native Americans had built the mounds, but they had simply forgotten they had done so. It always gets a laugh. That's what you're taught if you want to become an archaeologist. That's the paradigm that they're under. This is not the accepted paradigm. However, is it the truth of what occurred in the ancient past, or has the information been managed to bolster a particular narrative? Join us to explore the mysterious mound builders. Tick Island is in Florida. Every now and then, let me get a slurp here. Every now and then, I get stuff across my desk. And one day, a while back, I got this email. And the guy said that as a small boy, they went out to this island. It was a huge midden shell mound, but there were burials. It was like 5 acres and like 100 feet high. The thing was huge. So it's, a couple thousand years or whatever of piling all of these shells. And there were burials there. And he said as a boy, they went out there and his mother took pictures, which you see there, and also film. So I'm going like, well, what did you guys find? And the guy, the kid, who's now like basically my age, was stating that in one area of the island, there were 10 footers that they had covered. I said, well, did you film it? He goes, we don't know. Mom didn't want to film the skeletons. So we didn't know. But he sends the film out. We take the film. We take it to a place in Hollywood. They digitized everything because it was like 16 millimeter, 8 millimeter, whatever it was. It was old and brittle. But they digitized it, and I went over frame by frame by frame by frame by frame. No paper. There were no giant skeletons. However, there was an elongated skull that is actually in the film. And the archaeologist who came onto the site much later, he's shown like this, kind of hamming it up in front of the camera. And then he takes a brush and he reaches back like this and brushes off the elongated skull. But this man went on the record, and it's in the film. His testimony on the phone is in the film. That when he was a boy, the femur bone, which is right here, this is my leg bone. So he's a kid about, you can see maybe 7 or 8 there. And that femur bone of that giant in the grave would come up above his waist. So that's a really big guy. So we know that they're there. We've got newspaper articles, we've got eyewitnesses that talked about the giants that they uncovered. We also have the Native American First Nation people who talk about fighting giants with red hair and 6 fingers. So we know it existed. Indian relic hunter, Bilcher family pastime. And of course, this isn't what they saw. This is another photo from something else, but it gives us an idea. This is over 7 feet 2 inches found in a mountain of the Okefenokee Swamp. They're everywhere. Who is the prince of the power of the air? Who is the prince of the power of the air? Somebody, anybody. Okay, so most of us know. The dragon, Satan. It's one of his titles, the prince of the power of the air. So here we are
And I want you to cut the volume on this. I don't want the music playing. This is the Great Serpent Mound. And, oh, try it again. Okay. So this is the Great Serpent Mound. It's near Peebles, Ohio. I've been there 3 times. By the way, when you're in an area like this, when you go to these places, you need to pray up before you get there, and you need to pray up afterwards. These are highly charged sites. In many cases, ritualistic stuff was done. So this drone here is about 300 feet up, and you can see the undulations of the serpent. And those undulations point to the equinoxes and the solstice. In the very front, you can see it right there. You have the head of the serpent, and in front of him is an egg. Genesis 3:15. The seed, the offspring of a serpent, will be at war at enmity with the offspring, the seed of the woman. He, the coming Messiah, will crush your head, he will bruise his heel. This is Genesis 3:15 screaming at us. It's thousands of years old. The new signage at the site says the Shawnee built it. But as you'll see later, Chief Riverwind comes on and says the Shawnee didn't build this. This is a great injustice. In fact, the Shawnee go out of their way to say, no, we didn't build a serpent mound. So there's a narrative that's being promulgated, and you have to ask yourself, why is this happening? All these undulations that you see, the mouth, by the way, points to the summer solstice. This is incredible. And these are hunter-gatherers 3,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago. The debate, some people put it older, some people put it younger. You know, archaeologists argue amongst themselves. You can see the waterway on the left-hand side, a good shot of the head. In the middle of the egg, there used to be an altar and also a pillar. We found the pillar, someone had pushed it over the cliff there, and it's now in the dirt. We're trying to convince them to let us raise the pillar and bring it back on the site, and also see if there's handwriting or hieroglyphs or something, any type of marking on the pillar. No one's ever done this. I mean, you got to, but there was an altar there, and according to what we believe, there was human sacrifice done there. So that's just a shot of it. Summer solstice sunrise, equinox sunrise. Why go through the trouble of creating something like this? What's the point? And the people who are doing it can't see it anyway. When you're there, the mounds are about this. The serpent tail. I mean, you walk and you walk, and it's not some small little thing. It's like probably 4 times the size of this room. It's really big, at least 3 times the size of this room, lengthwise. So, you're walking along like this, and this thing is undulating, and they built a two-story tower, and you can go up on top of that, and you still really can't see what it is until you're up in the air. And the moment we're up in the air, you go, oh my gosh, look at this. It's the largest serpent effigy on the planet, the Great Serpent now. Who built it and why? Who is the prince of the power of the air? How much it shut your work? And how do these people know about the equinoxes and the solstices? The longest day, the shortest day. The days where they go out of their way. They are obsessed with lunar calendars. They're obsessed with advanced geometry, trigonometry. And it's all embedded in these mounds, as you'll see in just a little bit. Cahokia is the largest mound in the United States. It's probably upwards of 450,000 tons of earth that were moved, roughly. 450,000 tons of earth. So it begs the question, how was this done? And this is the essence of the case, in my opinion. You got all this dirt, you got a group of hunter-gatherers, they've got primitive tools. The plaza in front of Cahokia, according to the archaeologist that I spoke to, is dead level within 2 inches. So you got like a 20 or 30-acre plaza, 30-acre plaza, and it's dead level to 2 inches, and they don't have transits. How is that done? See where I'm going with all this stuff? How do you move 450,000 tons of earth? And this is just one mound. This is just one mound. There's 10,000 mounds in Ohio. They're all over the place. Pick up a book by Squire and Davis. Thank God they were there. They were surveyors. They surveyed all this stuff. There's also the plateau on top. You can see it, a very level place. They believe, from what they've discovered, that there was a 10-foot stockade wall all around this mound. Why? Why was that done? The Mississippi is in the background. Highly charged places right near St. Louis. And when you go there, it's like, well, they built it one basket full at a time. Oh, really? Really? That's you guys are right there. You start laughing. But that's what they believe. This is Poverty Point, the second largest mound in the United States, 390,000 tons of earth. So what we did, and you can see the advanced mathematics, the isosceles triangles, everything is laid out. It's deliberate. And you can't, it's one thing if I took a piece of paper like this and began to sketch it, but these are angles. So
in order to use a protractor and a compass and a ruler, I mean, I have to know geometry. I just can't be guessing at angles. That's not the way things work. You've got to know what you're doing. And it's one thing to do it on a piece of paper like this. It's another thing to do it on a site that's like, 30, 40, 50 acres. The site of the Octagon Mount is 50 acres. 50 acres. How do you check your work if you're making an octagon? And you can't see what you're making unless you're in the air. But the archaeologists just rush it all away. Native Americans built all this. That's the stock answer. And if you want tenure at a university, if you want to be in charge of one of these sites, you toe the party line. No one thinks, in my opinion. I check my time here, golly, 46 minutes. I'm in trouble. So this is Fort Ancient. The Fort Ancient is the largest earthworks in the Americas, 3.5 miles. With 66 gates. And we're there, and I get out of the car, and it's wintertime. It's actually the spring equinox. And my wife Peggy's got this little thing on her cell phone, which shows you the constellations. So these two mounds, which are one of the gates in this thing, and the mounds are probably 20 feet in diameter and probably about 10 feet tall, right next to each other. And of course, a road goes right through the middle of it. Go figure. But the mounds are there, and she's like this because it's the equinox. Okay, and the constellation Hydra, the serpent, comes right over the gate. That's deliberate. That's just not an accident. Here it is, the equinox, and the constellation, the serpent Hydra, comes up right over the gate. Not it right over the gate. Totally deliberate. Excuse me. Who is the prince of the power of the air? This is the fingerprints of a supernatural we're looking at. It's all over the Americas. I call this Nephilim architecture fallen angel technology. These are shots of what Fort Ancient used to look like. See how small the people are? See how big this mound is? 3.5 miles of that. How many people have ever dug just with a hand shovel? Okay, right? 3.5, and they insist. And you'll see how they say this is, you'll see it in a second. So watch this. We need some volume, please. And I'm going to skip to where the good part is here. So here they are.
A little bit Shawnee
tradition, Cherokee heritage.
Yeah.
This is Dosing Jack.
I kind of learn a little bit about my heritage, but I'm getting hard. So what's going on?
This record depicts crops that were grown 2,000 and 1,000 years ago by the Hopewell cultural people. And they were very simple, complex horticultural.
So I want to stop right here. He goes, these we call the Hopewell people. They have no idea what these people call themselves. You understand that? Hopewell is an English farmer. He discovers some artifacts. So they name all these artifacts after Hopewell. They have no idea who the people are, what they call themselves, or anything else, but they'll tell you all about it. Down to the nuance. What we call the Hopewell people, they have no idea. No idea how things are going. Because of time, I'm going to skip ahead to the fun part. So he's talking about the garden right here. This is where, watch her face.
Okay. They also had native tobacco that was growing. And when all this was built,
maybe give it more volume, please.
Tools, and I can hand this to you.
Yeah.
You have the shoulder blade, or excuse me, the clamshell hoe.
Okay.
That's here.
And what's this used for?
This would be used for gardening, as well as.
I just love it. You guys always crack up because it's like she's going, come on now.
Creating 18,000 feet of walls here.
And that's sturdy enough to do something with.
A little bit more sturdier, but
they would have had more sturdy clams back then. What? I mean, it's like you're just making this stuff up. Drives me nuts.
Gone through a lot of clamshells.
Okay.
And then also you have a deer shoulder blade. The way the deer shoulder blade inserted into the shaft and then wrapped with rawhide of that animal. Again, look how flimsy it is.
Yes.
A lot of bone tools, a lot of shoulder blades of deer and elk and split elk antler.
What is here?
It's just beyond belief. So this is Jack again explaining to everybody what happens if you deconstruct the mounds at Fort Ancient. Watch.
Now, Fort Ancient, it's a 2,000-year-old prehistoric earthwork site. We're on the short list for World Heritage recognition right now, which means that we are going to be considered for a global destination.
I'm going to skip up to where the good part is, right?
The wall was built 2,000 years ago by people we call the cultural people. They would have used nothing more than the shoulder bones and spear and elk, split up antler, clamshell, bows, digging sticks, placing the soil into baskets that we demonstrated. We held no more than about 35 to 40 pounds of soil. Why do we know that?
So he goes, how do we know that? Because they found one, and I'm, this is what I want to know because I've heard this repeated at all the sites. They use this example. We found one basket full of dirt. Well, you don't know when that basket full of dirt was put in there. How do you know it wasn't much later after the site was abandoned and it was used as a second interment? You don't know that. Where did it come from? So it's like, and I've heard this story repeated at all the different sites. So somebody's feeding them this information. So I'm going to skip a little bit further because he's talking about, 30 pounds of dirt. Now he's talking about the deconstruction of the mounds. We'll pick it up there.
Of soil. So to figure out volume, you take your tape measure, measure the length of the stain, the depth of the stain. Give those measurements to somebody who got better than straight C's in high school general math. That was me. Yeah. And it gives you volume. There's an estimated 553,000 cubic yards of soil at this site. Now, what's that mean to you guys? Absolutely nothing. It's strategic. Well, and again, we are not a fort. We are a prehistoric church. With 553,000 cubic yards of soil. If we were to tear apart all of the earth walls, all 18,000 feet, and put them into dump trucks, each dump truck holding between 15 and 20 tons of soil, and park it at the Jeremiah Morrow Bridge on Interstate 71, which is about a mile and a half away from here. Start parking the dump trucks end for end. You will end up 15 miles from downtown Cleveland. 200 miles away.
So you have 200 miles of dump trucks, end to end. 200 miles of dump trucks. Mainstream archaeology insists these mounds were created with primitive tools. So guess what we did? We had a guy who makes these things for museums. Cost me $350, and he made it. And then we hired a fit laborer who took this hoe, this primitive hoe, and went out near Poverty Point and dug. So we'll show you that in just a second.
We were curious to see how an ancient flint hoe would actually work in the soil around Poverty Point. We hired a flint maker to create a replica of the hoe, and after procuring a fit laborer, headed out into the field to see how much dirt could be dug, collected and hauled to the mound site.
My name is Rick Woodward. I'm an archaeologist. I'm going to skip because of time. That's Rick Woodward. He's our team's archaeologist. So watch this part here when, I can't believe I just did that again.
To do that, to see how the mounds were built and the time factor that it would take. I wanted to describe this hoe a little bit. It's handled where it was pitched, and you can't see the pitch, but inside of the rabbit,
that's not slow motion.
There's a dark resin pitch that would have acted as a glue to hold this in.
So the guy's digging. Now he gathers it up, and this would have been a deer skin or a birch bark basket,
rugged instrument.
And then he goes across the field.
Let's take that soil that we've dug out of the hole, and we're going to put it into a vessel, and we're going to time that operation.
This is all in the film, by the way.
How much time it takes to do that. Once we get that done, we're going to take.
So let me get to the punchline. So you can see that here he is. He gets the dirt. He gets to one basket. He goes trucking across the field to where the mound would be. Now he dumps it.
Have been dumped.
I just love this. See, we haven't even done a compaction test on any of these mounds because the dirt was compacted, but how? And they timed the operation, and this is where the punchline is. So it's all that amount of time, and then we go here. Each truck and trailer holds 40 tons of soil. 71-man bucket trips to create 1 ton of soil. 390,000 tons of earth to create
9,750 double tractor trailer loads of dirt to move that 390,000 tons. Basically 28 million one-man bucket loads of dirt to create them out at Poverty Point. That's Miamisburg. There were over 10,000 mounds in Ohio alone. There's Fritz Zimmerman on the top of it. Seriously? Seriously. Nephilim architecture, fallen angel technology, you tell me. Giant bones in the mounds. Science and archaeologists of Indians who lived 700 years ago. Strange skeletons found. Giants in North America. This is my work on Catalina Island, which I used to look at constantly from not the house, but when I would be down on Pacific Coast Highway, I'd go by it and, hi, how you doing, Ralph? That's Ralph Clinton, who was hired by the Hay Museum. Hay Museum was later gobbled up by the Smithsonian Institute. Gary Stearman was the one that said, hey, LA, you can get that picture analyzed. So I analyzed it. I had 3 people look at the picture, that's the original, and analyze it. See the skeleton in front of that? So 3 people, 3 different people, no collusion between them, put that skeleton at just under 9 feet. We separate the man, we separate the skeleton, we put them down together, 8 foot 9 inches, we rounded it down for error. We could have rounded it up. 8'6" to give you an idea of what we're looking at. We know Ralph Clinton, the little guy there, was 5'8". We're positive of that. So that's what we're looking at. We have giants. We have 6-finger skeletons. How many fingers do you see there? There's 6. What does the Bible tell us about 6-finger giants that roam the land? The skeleton, based on that bowl, we estimate there was another 9-footer. Look at the size of the skull. Look at the organs. Look at the size of the hand. That is a 6-finger skeleton. Here's my picture. We're published in the book, On the Trail of the Nephilim. We went back to the museum, the late Richard Shaw, a good friend, and I really miss him, and myself. You can see Rick's hands. He's holding my book up. Look at the picture in the book. You can see the skeleton. And the museum wall, what's missing? Now, why would the museum do that? Now, ladies are scientists. They stand for truth, justice, and the American way. Really? So they cropped the picture. They cropped the picture to get rid of the giant skeleton. So we took pictures of that, and then that went viral. Because you got to get out ahead of it. You got to publish, and let people see what's going on. So the new museum has got the picture, my picture, blown up like this big, and it talks about Ralph Clinton, but guess what? Not a word about the giant. Not a word about how big the skeleton is. I was also on Jim Vieira's show, In Search of the Lost Giants. And we talked about that also. Moving into the skulls now, because this is all, look, folks, it's all connected. I'm looking for like a unified theory, and it's all cooked up, as Rush Dizdar would say, in Hell's Kitchen. Look at the normal skull on the far left. That's where the foramen magnum should be. You can examine the skulls on the table for yourself and see them. Look how the position of the foramen magnum in these 2 skulls, and one of them is here. It's genetic. I've got medical doctors coming in the new film that we're working on, the DNA film. All of them say the same thing. It's genetic. You can't cranial deform. You can't cranial headboard the infant and push the occipital plate. You can't do that. Back towards the foramen magnum, the brain hole. You can't do that. So it's done in utero. It's done in the womb, and it's an elongated skull. So this is what we're looking at, and they're on the table. Come by, and especially if you're a doctor or whatever. The foramen magnum. You can't move the occipital plate towards the foramen magnum. You kill the child. And yet, skull after skull after skull, this is what we see. This is the Chongo skull. I'll show you now, but it's never been seen before. What I mean by that is that most audiences, where I'm lecturing, you'll see this. But we shot this film in 2018, 2017 actually, in the Inca Museum. We were there getting DNA. And I asked the archaeologist, hey, can we see the Chongo skull? Because we want to turn it over to see where the foramen magnum is. So we go in there, and they, to my amazement, they roll, they turn the lights on. The museum was empty that day. Watch this. Oh, God, it's right in the back. It's, why? Why are you doing that? You can hear me go, oh my gosh, it's all the way in the back. Look at that. Oh my God. I mean, if it's any further back, it's outside the skull. It's outside the skull. It's genetic. And yet, why is it that about every 3 to 4 weeks now, I get emails from people that are on different websites that are talking about all these elongated skulls found in Russia and elsewhere were all the result of cranial deformation, cranial headboarding. Why is that? Why are you telling us that? Why are they jamming us down the throat? Why should we believe what you say? Why? When we've got this. No one's ever seen that before. That thing, if it's any further, it's outside the skull.
I couldn't believe it. Let's move on. So when we did the DNA on these groups, and they didn't like the results, we found the haplogroup H2A, which is European. We found the DNA analysis of this particular skull, basically T2B, which is Mesopotamia, Syria, and Turkey. The baby skull, which we actually unwrapped, was U2E1 that was done by 2 different labs 3 different times. Again, that's European. Why is this important? Because we're told over and over and over again that at the end of the last ice age, everybody came down from Beringia and some of the Americas. We're saying, yeah, that's true to a degree, but guess what? They came from the Middle East also and Europe, because that's what the mitochondrial DNA shows, which means it was a migration. Guess when the Baracus people show up 3,500 years ago, roughly? Guess what happened 3,500 years ago? Joshua and Caleb are pressing the conquest of the Promised Land, of the Levant, of Israel. That's what they're doing. And we believe there's a diaspora of these Nephilim tribes, which just completely vacate the premises. And they hop, the island hop all through the Mediterranean. They go into, and we were there this year. They go into Spain, they go into Portugal, they go into France, they go to the UK, and they finally come over here. The whole idea of the copper trade. I mean, it's so deep, and yet it's all there, and it's all managed by people who don't want this known. Why? Elena, sounds like a conspiratologist thing. Yeah, right. Just like the UFO thing. I used to be called Mr. Tinfoil Hat. Now everybody's going, maybe LA's right about this. Same thing here. These guys just make stuff up. They just make it up. They just make it up. Why? Because anything that points back to the supernatural may, in fact, show the validity of our biblical prophetic narrative. May actually go, wow, maybe the Bible's really true. Maybe Jesus really did come. Maybe I will die in my sin unless I go before him. Whoa, what a concept. That's what salvation is. You just ask and he comes in. Anyway, let's move on. So, is there a bias in academia? You bet your booties. This guy's fired from University of Southern California, Mark Armitage. He went to a place called Hell's Creek, and he found this huge, why is it yellow? He found this huge Triceratops fossil. So he takes it back to his lab. And Mark Armitage is a microscopist. He builds scanning electron microscopes. So he gets this thing, he takes a slice, puts it in to the microscope, he finds soft tissue in a fossil. That's not supposed to happen. So he writes a paper and publishes it in a secular, not a Christian thing, not a young earth thing or creationist deal, nothing like that, a secular scientific journal who are chomping at the bit to get this information. He doesn't mention anything about Christianity, doesn't mention anything about anything. He just, this is the fact. Look what I found. He's immediately fired from his position. How dare you bring your religious prejudice into this institution? And so what he did is he sued them, and he won. They settled out of court. Bully for him. All he did is present the facts. We did the same thing with our DNA. We were, it's all contaminated. All 58 samples are contaminated? Then if it was contaminated, surely we did our DNA, then it would show up, but it didn't show up, except for one, when we threw that out. And if it was contaminated, then we'd have nuclear DNA. We don't have any nuclear DNA. And they never talk about the morphological, the structural differences of our skulls that we examine. They never talk about that. There is a managed agenda on this planet, a managed agenda to deliberately confuse, obfuscate, steer anybody away from anything supernatural. Because that's where the truth lies, is in the supernatural reality of the biblical narrative. So Armitage gets fired from his university, and eventually, like I already said, he settles out of court. Ben Stein's movie, if you haven't seen it spelled, go home and watch it, because he nails this thing. Anybody who goes up against the prevailing paradigm is dealt with, and dealt with severely. Why? What is the prevailing paradigm? The prevailing paradigm is Charlie Darwin, that believes that some chimpanzee or whatever, millions of years ago, decided to, he got tired of dragging his knuckles and he just decided to stand up. Just let me ask you something. Show me anything on this planet that's becoming something else. Just one example of something, a platypus that's growing an extra fin because it wants to get back into the ocean. I mean, just show me anything. They can't. And they know they can't. They know it's bogus. Why? Because the DNA is a code. And everything what the Bible says reproduces according to its kind. Now, that was written well in advance of Darwin. Darwin had no idea what he was getting into. But the whole idea that everything reproduces according to its time is proven by watching Crick, who discovered what was already there for who knows how long. the deoxyribonucleic acid, the double helix spiral of life, the building blocks of everything on this planet, the DNA. If two hummingbirds meet and they mate and they fall in love and they have babies, they're not getting kangaroos in that nest. Ain't gonna happen. We've got kangaroos in our house now. So let's move on. This is a bas-relief. Well, the giants really weren't 9 feet tall. Well, really, then why are they doing this? Well, they just wanted to show how puny they were. No nonsense. They were there. This is a petroglyph in the four corners of a Navajo Indian reservation, which my friend who's a pastor, he said, "L.A. After listening, I think I know where one is." And we go out there, and sure enough, there it is, little guy, big guy. It's in their oral tradition. This is a 28.5-pound axe head. And I'm just going to skip it to where it is. So, and the archaeologist, anything that doesn't fit is either lost and never seen again, or it's ceremonial. That's their favorite expression. Everything is ceremonial. Now, obviously, this axe head was ceremonial and presented to a chief to show how great he was. Chief, here's your 28.5-pound axe head, which you can't use for anything, but it's ceremonial. May the Lord be with you. I mean, it's just wacky stuff. They make it up. They have no idea where this stuff comes from. The Nephilim lance. Bob Shelley found this. Chief Joseph River, we all thought it was a sword. Chief Joseph River was going, no, it's a lance. This thing's almost 3 feet long. It's made of bronze. Native Americans didn't work in bronze. Check out where we did the analysis. England, Spain, and Greece. What's it doing in Michigan in the middle of nowhere? Because according to Chief Joseph, the oral tradition, these giants that were 9, 10, 12 feet tall would come in with these huge lances, and they would spear the braves like this, lift them up, and then go through 2 others and lift up 3 braves at a time. Or they would come in and rip their heads off, pick them up like a Coke bottle and drink the blood, throw the body on the ground. Sorry for being so disgusting. That's Chief Joseph's oral tradition, which of course, well, that's just a nice bedtime story to tell your kids. Really? Okay, we got through one with 25 minutes left. I'm going to have to talk faster. This is called Mathematics of the Rabbits. Well, I can't go any slower than that. And what's amazing about this, we talked about this, was my daughter's here. I'm not going to embarrass her, but she's just totally cracking up. Anyway, I'm not going to tell you where she is. Hi, Corey. So everything's on an 18.5-year lunar cycle. American Stonehenge. We filmed there for 5 days. We haven't done anything with the film yet. That's 3 are out. 4 is in the hopper, the DNA. 5 is on UFOs because we have to. 6 and 7 will be on American Stonehenge. But American Stonehenge is built on an 18.5-year lunar cycle. The Octagon Mount in Newark, Ohio, is built on an 18.5-year lunar cycle. Stonehenge in England is built on an 18.5-year lunar cycle. Karnak, France is built on an 18.5-year, and it just goes on and on and on and on and on. How did you know? Remember I talked about this earlier? How do you know? So I'm not going to belabor it, but some of you guys weren't at lunch. How many people were not at lunch today? Raise your hand. Raise them up. Raise them up. Yeah, so about a third of the audience. Real quickly, an 18.5-year lunar cycle. So we know the moon does this waxing and waning deal for 18.5 years. We know that, okay? How do we know that? Well, because we're told that. Well, who told that? Where does it come from? And we know that the Babylonians had it, and whoever built these sites had it. But the Native Americans didn't know about an 18.5-year lunar cycle. Europeans didn't know. But the megalithic builders knew. How do they know? Real quickly, if it's 18 years, and this whole audience, we all go out, and we get up the 2 hills in the distance that make a little valley, right? There's a tree in front of that. We plant a stake. So we're back there. Here's our observation deck. Moon comes up. We put a little notch on the stake, and we watch it go like this, and it sets over here. So we got to watch that, and we got to take the data, and we have to plot the data. And we do this for 30 days consecutively. We're doing pretty good. You know, we've got our sticks, they're all notched, and we're trying to figure out, well, this is pretty cool. You know, we're going to solve this riddle anyway. And the next 5 days it rains, there's a cloud cover, we can't see the moon, now what? And when we're doing this, how would we know if we're in year 2, year 17, year 4, year 1? We wouldn't know. And then how do you crunch the data so you finally know, aha, I think we're at the end of the cycle because this looks exactly like this one way over here. Okay, great. 18.5 years. How would you know that? That's the smoking gun. On all these sites, no one is addressing it. I mean, no one is addressing it. And yet you talk to these archaeologists, yes, the site was built on an 18.5-year lunar cycle. They were master astronomers. Really? The book of Enoch tells us that Sariel, a fallen angel, handed the information to mankind before the flood. And that's what I'm calling 18 and a half year lunar cycle. You also get advanced mathematics. You get isosceles triangles. You get advanced surveying techniques. I mean, it's absolutely everywhere. Archaeological Atlas of Ohio, 10,000 mounds. That's not all of them, but that's a lot of them. 10,000 mounds in Ohio alone. The Great Circle Mound. Check this out. Look how tiny the houses are. If you can, look at the trees and erase them. And realize from here that Great Circle Mound is what I'm showing you now. See down the lower right-hand corner? That's the Great Circle Mound. Above it is the Octagon Mound. See that? And then there's Geller Hill, forming a perfect isosceles triangle. Geller Hill is what we believe was a Nephilim burial ground. So let's go back, and we'll look at this, and I'm going to fast forward it just a little bit. That's the Great Circle Mound. It has a moat in the interior of it. See the cars in the parking lot? And that plaza, which is about 30 acres, is pretty much dead level. So without transits or anything else, how do you do that? How does a hunter-gatherer group of people create this? So this is Bruce Willis.
Todd Willis is walking.
Todd Willis and Bruce Willis. Could you turn the volume down? Thank you. So this is the bottom of the moat here. And this is where Todd's walking, and I just want to show you that. That's the bottom of the moat, which is essentially dead level. After thousands of years of silt falling into it, he estimated that there was 6 inches to a foot of variance between it. So for our practical purposes, for our study, we believe it was at one time, before the silt came in, it was dead level. Because if it's thousands of years old, you know stuff's going to fall in there over a period of time, leaves, debris, especially if the site is abandoned. So Willis was our surveyor. He's blown away, absolutely blown away. But the Circle Mound, remember this here? The Circle Mound here, there's one exactly like it in England, where we just were, in Haysbury. And that moat is out of chalk. And guess what? You can't dig chalk. You ever try to dig chalk? So this is thousands of years old, and this chalk, this moat goes down 30 feet, and I'm not sure it may even go below that. And chalk is like really, really hard. So we were there, and we're just blown away by what we're seeing. But of course, archaeologists will say there's absolutely no comparison between that Circle Mound, which looks exactly like this, by the way, and the mound in the north. Absolutely no connection, just coincidence. Some people just, they just mind linked or something. I mean, but there's a connection because we think there was a migration of these people. There's Todd. So that's a shot of the Octagon Mound from the air. And in order to see that, we flew the drone 800 feet and we barely caught it. And that gives you an idea what you're looking at. It's an unequal octagon. The octagon takes up, just the octagon, not the circle in front of it. The octagon takes up 50 acres. So how do you do that and make this and make it so precise if you can't see what you're making? Because you can't. Move it a little over to the left, Harry. No, left. What? There's no walkie-talkies. You're looking pretty good. There's no walkie-talkies 3,000 years ago. So how the heck are they doing this? Well, they were master surveyors. Well, really? Well, where are the surveying tools? Well, they didn't have them. They had their inner eye. That was it. I mean, it's just nonsense. They have no idea how this stuff was done. This is, volume, please. This is Dorothy Isley. And she's talking about
construction. To construct something like this requires a knowledge of geometry. It requires a knowledge of angles, of bisecting angles, of adding angles, subtracting angles. I think there was a good knowledge of geometry that were behind the design of this.
Okay, stop. A good knowledge of geometry. Native American, this is not, if you say this, Marzulli's a racist, he's saying that Native Americans didn't have this. I'm not saying they didn't have it. Europeans didn't have it. That doesn't make me a racist. Just because the Italians invented the telephone.
Tesla to LA, we all know that.
But Marconi with the radio thing, right? I mean, does that mean the rest of the world is stupid? No, it just means that Marconi figured it out. It's Tesla, LA. It's Tesla, okay. You know what I'm saying? They didn't know. They did not know. They didn't work in geometry. So this is what I mean. But they have a paradigm and they have to shoehorn all the evidence into that paradigm no matter what. Oh, they were master builders. Oh, they had surveying equipment. Oh, they knew geometry in the 18.5 lunar cycle. Oh, they did the best of all time. It's the whole thing. When you start to deconstruct it, it just collapses of its own weight. It's absolute nonsense. But because I'm a frank supernaturalist that believes in the biblical prophetic narrative, I'm looked at, like I'm wearing a tinfoil hat. I guess most times I am. But just like the 30 years ago when I was banging on the UFO thing, and people in my church that I was going to looked at me like I had 4 heads at that point, and I was talking about the same stuff I'm talking about here. Now it's on Fox News. So now what do we do? New York's advanced mathematics squaring the circle. And I just want to say that, let me go back here for Dorothy. I'm going to go to the very end. Listen to what she says here.
There would be sufficient evidence to say the student was cheating. I see no way it happened intuitively or by chance.
So it's not by chance, it's not intuitive. So there's advanced geometry, there's advanced mathematics. I mean, I look at this and my head spins. I don't know how you do this because, I could sit and learn it. I don't know. That's geometry. And again, sitting down and drawing circles and all, everything has to be precise. You need to know the angle and all this stuff. And it's one thing to draw on a piece of paper. It's another thing over 50 acres. How would you do that? And yet it's there, and it's screaming at us that something else. Fingerprints of the supernatural? You bet. Let's move on.
No. Just like in the first show, we mentioned
watch his eyes.
Who on record said we didn't build these things. But yet, if you go up to these areas that are under the Shawnee jurisdiction of protection, so where these mountains and things are, and it says that the Shawnee built them. So there's a false narrative that's already being put in place, even when the people themselves say it wasn't us.
Talking about the Serpent Mound. We're not talking about. Says Chief Joseph Riverwind talking about the Serpent Mound. The scientists said the Shawnee built them, and Chief Joseph is saying Shawnee didn't do it. The chief is saying it. Watch his face. Watch his countenance.
Just 200 or 300 years ago, white settlers asking the natives, hey, who built this, and them saying we don't know. We didn't do it. We're talking 10, 15 years ago. Modern day white settlers asking, hey, who built these? And the chief of a nation says, it wasn't us. But yet history still says, we're going to say it was you. So there's a great injustice being done there because that's purposely being deceitful. And it's also dishonoring and disrespecting the First Nations people. It's saying that our oral tradition doesn't matter if it doesn't fit the narrative of their historical paradigm.
You can't say it any clearer than that. And you can see his whole countenance changes. This is drone footage of all the mounts. This is at the end of one of the films. Turn up the volume, please. This is called the seat mound, and that's Fritz Zimmerman standing on it. This is a mound on private property which we were interested in digging, but it had already been done twice, so we're not going to go. Formations that you can only see from the air. This is formation. This is called the Graves Creek Mound. 9-foot skeletons were found here. Look at the houses. One basket full at a time over there. out on private property in Ohio. Someone got into it with a backhoe and destroyed it, dug it all up. We don't know what he found. This is one of the circles in the Octagon Mound complex. This is called the Junction Group. Look at the houses and the cars in the road. Look at the size of the mounds, the dead leopard turtles. And for the sake of time, I'm going to stop. There's only 2 more things. Then I'm going to move on because I only have 12 minutes. Episode 3, Secrets of a Supernatural, Voices from the Other Side. And we're going to go. So, Fritz took us to Geller Hill. Geller Hill, we believe, is a Nephilim burial, ancient Nephilim burial site. So you can see the relationship between the Great Circle, the Octagon Mountain, and Geller Hill. I realize I'm going really fast. There's a paranormal group that's with us. They call up Fritz and they go, hey, we understand you're in Newark, Ohio. We'd like to tag along with you. Can we? Fritz calls me up. I go, yeah, whatever. Just make sure we're not in the shot. I don't know anything about paranormal groups. Sounded like a fun thing, maybe. So these guys come. Here they are, Joe and Ray Lynn. And they come, and we're on Geller Hill, where allegedly burials like this were there. So it's raining, and we can't use the cameras. It's like a light mist. Can't fly the drone. So there's a forest, like 50 feet away. And it's a very nice, manicured, managed forest. And so we go in this thing, and this woman, Raylyn, turns on this little machine called an obelisk. I have no idea what this thing is, and it says the word evil, and you hear it, and as it you see the word. And the obelisk is a machine that's got 5,000 words embedded in it, so entities that are around can interface with this and speak to you. But I still don't know what I'm looking at till the next word pops up 50 yards down the road, which is witch. And at this point, I go, okay, wait a minute. We can't do this. I know what this is. This is high-tech divination. This is a modern-day Ouija board. So I pray. This is all on camera. It's not set up. I had no idea what it was we were about to get into, okay? But I know enough that I'm not going to sit here and watch this stuff continue. So I don't. So I just shut it down. In the name of Jesus, we forbid you to manifest. Your assignment is over. You can no longer access this machine by the blood of a lamb. So she turns it off, right? She turns it off. And then I say, well, turn it back on again. So she turns it back on. She waits about 30 seconds, and the word holy comes up, and that's on film. She had never seen anything like it. And look at her face. She's like, what? Everyone was totally freaked out because we shut it down. I didn't shut it down. He shut it down. Amen. So what happened was they go, okay, Marshall, you got to get out of here. We're running all of our machines. We can't access the ghost and stuff. Get out, get out. So I go down to where the cars are in the parking lot. They got nothing the rest of the day. That's all on film. This is Pastor Tom Olson. He was the pastor of the Lutheran Church in Newark, Ohio, okay? So he's there, and he's telling me these stories when he was hired as a pastor, and he had no idea of anything about deliverance, no idea about the mounds or the supernatural implications of the mound. He starts getting calls from parishioners, and they would go and open up the door to the crawl space in the cellar, and it would be a normal crawl space. But sometimes they would open the door, and it would be a bottomless pit. And they would throw things down in the bottomless pit, and they would never hear it in. And they would, and that's why they called him like, how is that coming out here? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? And he's all freaked out because he's had no experience with this. So he goes and he prays over the thing and he shuts it down. One time he walked into a house that was having all sorts of crazy activity, and the table was levitating. You see, these are charged sites. They are ritualistically charged sites. And I know some people believe in it, some people don't, but they are charged sites. And we've got all this information and experienced it ourselves on these locations, which is why wherever we go, we pray up. But I got to tell you, I don't think we prayed up enough. Because when we got back for 28 days on the road, we had a fatality in our group. The camera girl's grandmother, she was driving 4 or 5 days after she got back, and she was out of the blue, T-boned by a truck, and the grandmother passed away at 97. And then our guide, Francisco, son came down with acute appendicitis, had to get rushed to the hospital. Yours truly battled with acute depression for about 2 to 3 weeks. So did we pray up enough? Probably not. This stuff is sobering. So here's Gilgal Raphaim. Oops. Here's Gilgal Raphaim. I thought this was a video. If it's not, I'll just, okay. Gilgal Raphaim is in the Golan. I talked about this. You can see how small the people are. The drone's up about 250 feet. This circle might be 7,000 years old. No one really knows how old it is. And it's in the place where Og or Og, king of Bashan, used to live. Gilgal Raphaim, the wheel of the giants. The circle of the giants. Here's another shot of the great serpent hound. You can see very plainly the serpent with its mouth agape, opening the egg. So let me ask you something. Why is it that when Henry Groover, who goes out to different places, and he's been called to do this, he does prayer walks on the land, and he takes back the sacrifices, the ritual sacrifices, the bloodshed that's been done on these sites, and consecrates it to the Lord. That's what he does. So he goes to the serpent mound, and it's snowing. He puts on a light jacket, he hops out of his van, he goes to the head of this thing, and he begins to pray. On his way back, he's hit with something visceral. Boom, he's hit in his solar plexus. Down he goes in 4 inches of snow, and guess what? The snow's coming down. And his knees are up in his chest, and he can't move. It's like he's paralyzed. And it's like, after like 10 minutes of this, he realizes that they're going to find me frozen here. They're going to find me dead here. And so he begins to pray to the Lord. Lord, this is, why are you doing this? Why are you allowing this? The Lord finally speaks to him and goes, Henry, I didn't tell you to come in here. This is a lesson. I didn't tell you to come in here. You've been on the road for 75 days. You're spiritually exhausted. You shouldn't be here. It's a lesson not only to him, but to me and to all of us who are engaged in this stuff, that the battle is very real. So the Lord healed them, released them. Henry gets back in the van and off he goes. The bottom line is, this stuff is all too real. All too real. So why is it that Hundat's men, the Mayan elder, and the 13 crystal skulls show up at the serpent mound? What are they doing there? Why are they here in the Americas going to all these ancient sites from coast to coast? What are they doing here? What do they know that we don't? What do they know that the church is completely and utterly ignorant of? And as Gary Stevens said this afternoon or this morning, it's us. We should be the ones. We're the experts. But we're not taught this stuff, but you're being taught this stuff tonight on some level. So we're arming you. We're preparing all of us in this room to understand what's going on here. Hundat's men comes in with 13 crystal skulls and all the Mayan elders. They do all this procession. The people who were there at the serpent mound, and it's in the film, Secrets of a Supernatural, when you get to this part, you'll hear this. But there's like 300 people doing it. What are they doing? They're opening up the gateway. They're opening up the area. They're recharging it. That's what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. Why? Because they have the power. Why? Because as shamans, in order to become a shaman, you've got to kill a family member. Who do you serve? You serve the Dark Lord. That's who you serve. That's the way it works, and that's when you get the power. Ritualistic sacrifice, all through America. It's kept down. Law enforcement doesn't report it, but it's there. Ritualistic satanic sacrifice is always done because the life is in the blood. That's what's going on here. This stuff is dark. It's not meant to scare us, but it's meant to equip us. We've not been given a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. It's us that we should, when we know what we're looking at, we know, that's the fingerprints of a supernatural. We are surrounded by it, but we're not taught it. And then we wonder why in Ohio there's such depression and poverty and drugs and everything else. There's a principality. There's a stronghold over that area, as there are in many places. The church needs to get together and come to and do this on Sunday instead of spending 8 seconds on prayer, which is what the average church spends. We need to be coalescing and targeting the abortion clinics, targeting the crack house, targeting the child trafficking, the whole deal. That's what we need to be doing. We know. And what does Jesus say? Take us up within, not me. I don't want to hear it. In the last days, they will have a form of religion, but deny its power. And that's what's going on here. Where's the power? When was the last time you saw anybody healed in your church? Just tell me when. Just tell me when. It happens. I've seen it. He's here. He loves us. It's not hopeless. But unless we come together, and this is a whole other presentation, 1.8 or 1.5 billion abortions on the planet since Roe v. Wade. 1.5, that's a whole other presentation. 1.5 million abortions. If you can sit there and think for 1 second that that has not changed the spiritual atmosphere on this planet, then come see me after class. Seriously. It's changed everything. Absolutely everything. And that's why we're in unprecedented times. The life is in the blood. These are ritualistically done human sacrifices to who? The Dark One. And that's why we need to stand up and we need to push back. That's why we need to start telling people. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days and also afterwards. So why is this important? What's your takeaway? Take back control of a narrative on all these sites. Study to show yourself approved. You might not get into the depth that I am. I'm called to do this stuff. Go figure. But it validates the Native American oral tradition, which is why I think I'm being contacted by First Nation people, because they realize that I'm not the typical guy. I'm just not going to listen to their story and go, well, that's just a bunch of hooey, and walk out of the room and never see them again. I take very seriously what they tell me. More importantly than the Native American oral tradition, it validates the biblical prophetic narrative. It shows us that the giants were here, that they were real. And who are the giants? Unless we come to an understanding of Genesis 3:15 and understand what that is, that the seed of the dragon will be at war and enmity with the seed of the woman. The seed, the offspring of the dragon, will be at enmity, war with the seed of the woman. He, Messiah that's going to come, will crush the serpent's head, but the serpent will bruise his heel. Unless we understand Genesis 3:15, when we get to the Tower of Babel, when we get to Abraham and the 5 kings, when we finally get to Sodom and Gomorrah, when we see the conquest of Canaan, we have no idea what's going on. None. And there are great seminaries around here which teach that the Nephilim really weren't there. There were no such thing as giants go home. Then why is God destroying Sodom and Gomorrah? Then why in Jude do we hear about the angels who sin are in their dark dungeons? Similarly, Sodom and Gomorrah, it's all there. Once we come to an understanding of Genesis 3:15, everything becomes clear. That seed, the offspring, is at war. It's a seed war that's going on right now. The seed war, this is a new book I'm writing. I got 21 seconds, so I can go probably about 50 seconds. This is the last slide. It establishes the reality of a supernatural worldview. It establishes the reality of a supernatural worldview. It establishes the reality of a supernatural worldview. The supernatural to me is more real than the natural world around us. And if we could see it, we'd all be just blown away. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
And then you've got 1, 2, 3 random bricks falling down. Bricks. Upwards.
Unfortunately, Mm-hmm. Sleep. I think to let's go. I think I got up and it's so exhausted. It's time. Oh gosh, read the pages. 6 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Oh. I'm asleep in my bed just now. Oh. Didn't have a dream recollection of what was on. Yeah. Oh.
Spread betting right for me. Get more flexibility. Benefit.
Oh my god, just woke me up. I fell asleep during the stream. I have no idea what this bit of spy. Yeah, I'll explain it after. Okay, I'm gonna share this UK. Turn up a bit, awaken if you can, please. Cooking and listening, so awaken. Highly electric. Down. Yeah. Anyway, let's show you UK. Video 5 to 7 in the morning. This is not water coming this time in the morning. Please look at the camera zoom in like that. That's not your natural sunrise. So I've never had clouds that low and the water moving in into shore like that. So with sheer blue sky in the background. For the reflections. I just add to this after it's private after. I don't know. I'm in this drain. Just quickly do another one on this.